Back.
We hope.
Back. Well, obviously, people then have to re-find us again. Afternoon, everybody who just tuned in yet again. Internet shortage in the building. The whole building's been down 2 or 3 times.
Just a quick one.
Yes?
When you go to the Grosvenor Poker Live,
Yeah. If you click on the live.
yeah,
Alright. Then that should bring us up to date.
there we go. 30 watching. We're definitely up.
75 watching. Already in. Sorry about the outage. Internet outage in the building. We are back. Still on 11. Not hit the final table just yet. 60k big blinds. Is Drymo still in the cup?
Grimo's still here. You know that. He's still in the building. I don't know if he's still in the cup, but he's definitely in the building. He found our secret passageway to the back.
He did.
And we struggled to get him to leave. We had to tell him we're going live soon. One Stato might raise once in a while. 10-4 off, bottom of range. Want to be super polar here. 25 effective, just under. Like check most of the time, raise some of the time. And has found one of these times we are going to raise it up. Makes it 210 for 3.5x. And King 10 off. Too strong to be folded as Dale. Going to have to continue here.
Cheers, Iggy Bear. Good to have you watching on YouTube. Six, 2, 3, 2 clubs.
Yeah, like, not really going to hit the small blind complete call range too much here, Tower. Like, all this 4, 5, 6, 3 stuff just going to be folding. So, like, more inclined to have stuff like this as Dale, like some King Queen, King Jack, some Ace Highs, some 7, 8 suited, some 9, 10 suited, Jack 9 suited. Like, not going to connect with this low down board too much. Stato with the gut shot and 10 high, probably going to continue. We can target some Jack high, Queen high, King high stuff to fold out. And King 10 can't continue now, as Dale does choose to fold.
Krista Silver's made the final table in Tallinn.
Yesterday, yeah, come 9th. Come 9th.
Where's Talons?
Estonia.
Estonia. They do poker as well, do they?
Big poker hotspot, talent.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. So the final 4 minutes of this level. We're on 11. We had a big pot on the outer table, didn't we? Just before the outage.
Yeah, if you missed that, I'll quickly run you down it again. Matt Davenport opens button. Zhang Shuang 3 bets the small blind to 250. Davenport 4 bets the button to 700k. And Zhang Shuang all in for like 2.5 effective. And Davenport folds, and Zhang Shuang showed him the 5 of hearts. As he does. Of course he showed him the 5 of hearts. Naughty little rascal. whatever happened?
Yeah.
Here's one. Whatever happened to Hang? Remember Hang Shu? The tall one, really tall.
Has he not just cashed big in?
Was very good.
Yes. His trousers as wide as the
Yeah,
ASM.
that exactly that one, Tower. Yeah.
I'm sure he's playing in. Is he not playing in China? There's an Asian tour somewhere. Pretty sure his name was there.
He just played in Triton.
Triton, there you go.
He's off his rocker, Grimo. He needs help. He is absolutely off his rocker.
Oh dear.
King Jack for one towel in the hijack.
Oh, they're all stretching the neck on the outer table.
Yeah, we will.
Don't know what they're looking at. They are checking the outer table.
As we know, Antoine is 100% folding. We are going to go and head over and join them. So we got Matt Davenport in the tank here. The board reads Queen Jack 4-5. And Antoine has put Matt all in for the rest of it on the turn here. And Matt has bet 375. He's got about 1.3, 1.4 million back. So Queen Jack 5 flop, 4 on the turn. No flush draw present. So Twan from the big blind here. Obviously can have some 2 pairs, but it is Twan. He could have like the 6-7 suited for flush and up and down. He could have the King 10 suited, the 10-9 suited for flush draw up and down. And then value for Twan's going to be 2 pair plus, so everything from like Queen 5, Queen Jack, Jack 5, maybe a set of 5s. All of this is where Twan's value is going to come from. And Matt in the tank here, I'm guessing Matt has the big pair or the Queen Tower.
Yeah, top.
Yeah. You could have Ace Queen for sure, but here we go. We're going to find out. And it's King Queen for Matt, and for Twan it is 4-5 for a turn 2 pair.
Whoa.
So Twan has turned it, fading still, and does. And that is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Matt Davenport,
Wow.
out in 11th. Twan Lee snags 2 pair on the turn. And this man
Jeez.
takes the biggest pot of the tournament so far. We lose Matt Davenport from the field. And Twan is smiling, rightly so. We are on the final table bubble.
Wowzers. The blinds just go up. And Antoine says I'm all in.
I'm not sure what Ison's thinking about here with Queen 7. Does choose to fold.
Indeed. Where's the giveaways? Where have you been? Just because you've been golfing don't mean we're saving giveaways until you get back. Enjoying yourself. All giveaways done for the week. We've got the free roll, where the password is Godiva.
Go Diva. It's definitely Go Diva.
The password is Godiva, spelled Godiva. Something else is happening over there. What's happening over there now?
We're going to go and have a look.
Let's have a quick now. What's happening?
As
Raggy's in.
the man comes over to have a look, once out, what is going on here.
In position.
So
Kings.
This was the
against Queens.
the very next hand. So Zhang Xuan with Queens and Kings for Raggy. No diamonds in play. And that will seal it other than that chop.
Down he's about.
So Raggy cannot bust. Could chop it. But Kings fall on the river for James Clark. Raggy. Huge double up versus Zhang Xuan. Over a 2 million chip pot going Raggy's way there.
There we go. Raggy survives. Kings against Queens. Action on the outers as we're down to 10.
Tens for Ison here, just sets. Oh, this is. I've been a fan. A lot of Ison stuff. This is too good a hand to be open sending tower blind on blind for 12 effective. Like, we could go for like 2.5 VBs here. We could go for complete here, because the interesting thing in this spot, like when Dale has the ace jack, the ace queen, the king queen, the king jack, the hands we're going to flip against anyway. He jams them himself. So when we complete, we get these hands to jam, which would call our all in anyway. But what the complete does, it keeps hands in with diminished equity. And what I mean by that, it's going to be loads of like 8-3 off, 8-5 off, 5 deuce off, 5-4 off. We're going to be up against a lot of hands that have got less than 20% equity within the pot if we just complete and go post. And at 12 effective, like, we're not trying to deny, because the hands that have 2 overcards are going to move in themselves once we complete. So we're going to play flips against this part of the range anyway, but what the complete does, it keeps in the range that we're going to be crushing in terms of equity with 2 undercards or maybe 1 overcard. Like when you get to this shallow stack depth, blind on blind, like tens is an absolute monster.
Do lost about 1 million.
So anyway, you can get a man of straw, Cooler Town.
That's it. Will the cup be streamed? No, it won't. We're concentrating on the main event, the 1 million guarantee. We'll give you updates of the cup during the day, but it won't be streamed as we're concentrating on the big one, where the cup is down to the final 24. That's going to be another long one as well. That could be a 3 or 4 o'clock jobby as well, by the time that finishes. Still on 24 at 6 p.m. That's going to be a long one. And we're on 10, which also is going to be a long but a fantastic, fascinating watch to crown a champion, and £220,000 first prize.
So Ray opens gun. I love this flat from Ison. Just 10 left now, 1 off the FT. Ray could do a lot of damage to our stack. Just going to flat 9s on the button. Does bring Stato in from the big blind with the king jack.
Ace king deuce flop. Top pair for Ray.
This probably checks through. Stato got no leads. Ray, yeah, we're going to have a lot of bets on the ace high board, but with Ison still in position on the button, I feel like we are going to play a lot of checks. Our hand actually really likes checking as well, not denying from anything. Second pair, nut kick up. Ray does just come with the continue. I feel like it is a fair candidate to just check over to the in position player here. I guess we are going to flush out the 10% equity of the 9s.
Mr. Power. Oh no, he put the bait in, sorry. Pull the Apologies. Icing gets out of the way.
I think this is when we're having internet connections, guys,
yes.
problems. So 20 minutes ago, that seems about right. This was occurring. This is when the internet in the casino dropped. So our action tracker had no connection. Therefore, we're not going to get any sizes here.
Khalid says, I can't get over how Matt Davenport runs. Well, now, is he so consistent? He is a great player. The option back on Ray after Stato has checked the turn.
Yeah, got to check back now. As Ray, we're effectively turning our king into a bluff. Like Stato's not going to be calling King X unless it's King X that's picked up the flush draw on the turn. So we only get continues from the ace X, I feel like, when we double barrel this spot. So just one that should always be checking. Like the flop on the bet's kind of close, whether to bet, whether to check. Our hand probably likes to check, our range probably likes to bet. Either or for Ray, but now we get to the turn and we chose to bet flop, have to check behind. And we're going to chop this up because it looks like a duck on the river.
It does. Whack, whack.
No giveaways today, Neil. You can get in the free roll though, starts in 15 minutes. Go Diva is the password, no space, all lowercase. Go Diva. When is the Vic due to be completed? They've done all the first level now, I've heard, Jack. They're going up to the second level, but we should be there in the summer. We have a leg in July. So we have a GUKPT leg middle of July, so that is when we will be there. It should be opening before that, though. There will be news online via socials when the Vic is all set and ready. But our next stop at the Vic is going to be the middle of July this year. Looking forward to it. Can't wait to see how it looks. Know how much work's been put into it. Ace King on the button for Dale here. Just goes with jam for 12.5. I'd probably want to use ace. I'd probably use ace king as one of these race calls, just because, like 12.5 here on the bottom, we're going to play a lot of jams, but we can also have some stills still potentially, and like we don't want to have all these stills and just like aces and kings that make it too bigs, because then we've got too much of what we call a raise fold gap. So we still need to incorporate some like of the stronger ace highs, some of the like 9s, 10s, jacks, stuff like this that we want to raise call off of 12.5, 13. And then we just play jam with like the ace X suited, the king queen, the king jack, the jack 9 suited, all this type of stuff. But I feel like even Ace King at 12.5 there on the button for Dow could definitely raise call, because we still want some stills there. We still want to try and nick of the blinds with maybe like our Ace 6 off or our King 4 suited, these type of hands. And like if we've only got aces and kings that make it too bigs to balance it out, if people are aware of this, when we make it too bigs on the button, they can just take any ace X and free bet us relentlessly, because now they know we've only got aces and kings for value and the rest of them are stills.
Password for the free roll that starts in 12 minutes is Godiva, Godiva, as in lady Godiva.
No. If it was that, it would be a capital G. It's Go Diva. I'm not having it. I'm having Go Diva. I think we're actually going to have our own little space in the Vic. Head of poker, Jim said about he had a call with the bosses of the Vic, like the big bosses,
oh, okay.
And one of the big bosses actually asked where are Tower and Jay going to be sitting for commentary in the Vic. So,
nice.
so even the people at the top are worried about me and Tower where we're going to be put.
Love it. I'm looking forward to it. First comp in the Vic will be the GKPT in July.
Yeah, done it all.
Sweet. Looking forward to getting back there.
But Jim's told me he's built us a soundproof 7-inch glass booth. So we've got like
7-inch.
No. Like the glass is 7-inch, which makes it soundproof.
Ah, I see.
So we're in a little glass box. We're going to have headsets. We're going to have 70-inch plasma TVs to watch the stream on. I've heard he's also hired us our own personal waiter and waitresses to bring the teas and cakes in.
I like it.
So we're looking at, yeah, we got our own chef as well.
Beautiful.
Own chef as well. Personal chef for the booth at the Vic. It's all going on.
I like it.
Yeah, Tower thought it was a 7-inch by 7-inch box. I meant the glass to keep the sound out. So 10-9 here for Anton. Going to be handover. Bet from Anton, fold from Ray. You know that's actually a thing, triple glazing. You know you get double glazing, obviously. And
Is it really?
It keeps the heat in.
I did not know.
You can get triple glazing, and triple glazing keeps the sound out for like the people that live on like the busy roads.
I did not know that. The password is Godiva, Godiva. Apparently.
Yes, Mackham's near the club room. I think that's where we started commentating from at the Vic before they moved us near the bar. We used to be in the club room.
We did.
And then Tower complained that it was over 150 metres to get a cup of tea, so they moved us next to the bar, and we've been next to the bar ever since.
And now we just click his fingers
Yep.
and magically...
Zoltan appears with a couple of teas for us. I wonder if Zoltan's still there. Dan Best still card room manager.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. We will look forward to seeing everyone again. It's been a while. Queen 10 for Stato opens to 160. Not much Antoine can do here.
Nice and chip leader 36 bigs into the 80k level now. Not on the FT yet. Oh, Grimo. Grimo. Unbelievable, he is. Unbelievable.
Ison just setting down in with an ace. This one definitely jams. The 10s I feel like Ray's calls or completes, but the ace 3 off. One that definitely wants to set Dale in. How you doing, sure man? Hi guys, are you heading to Glasgow for the 888? Are we heading to Glasgow for the 888?
Just might be.
I wonder. Here is the full schedule.
For Glasgow. The Glasgow. Indeedy we are. That's the first week.
Yeah, we arrive on the Wednesday.
That's the first week. Everything is on the app as well if you want to check out Glasgow on the app. And that is on the Wednesday. So there's going to be plenty going on. Looking forward to it. First time for us in Merchant City. Not been there. Don't know what the club looks like. Supposed to be really nice. The food's supposed to be excellent. Apparently the hotel is about 38 steps away.
I've got. I'm not in the hotel. I've got a Airbnb.
Oh, you'd be off the Friday, would you?
Yeah.
Or Saturday, or whichever day, whatever day you're off.
Oh no, it's Glasgow. So I'm thinking of Edinburgh. Ignore that. I'm in the hotel, yeah, which is good to know. 38 steps away,
Something
yeah.
like that.
Okay, I'll be counting.
So plenty going on in Glasgow. Look forward to the first time in Glasgow, and after that, it'll be the first time in Newcastle for a long time. About 14 years. Is the Open bigger than the Goliath in terms of prize pool? With 1.22 million in the prize pool.
Very similar.
Yeah. We're a bit over 1 million on the Goliath before.
So, although we come back with 12, did say probably wouldn't get to the FT this session. We got 40 minutes before the next break.
And we are not on the FT. Sean man says, great guys, it's right in the heart of Glasgow, you'll love it.
Yeah, this is what DD said to me. He said exactly the same thing. He said the casino's not too big, but the location is the best you're going to get. So,
Wow.
Looking forward to it. It's 9 here for Ison.
The overall chip leader at the moment is Martin Danihue.
I think it's Twan now after he won that pot against Matt. I think Twan.
Okay.
I think Martin's got about has lost a few, got like just under 5, and I believe that Twan's got just over 5 now after winning that monster against Matthew Davenport.
And good news as well about the Merchant City. I've been told that the F&B and the food in the Merchant City is outstanding.
Yeah, it should just be cool here for Ray. Once again, no free betting. Just covering stack. We want to try and get to that final table. It'd be a disaster to bust now. Like if we free bet this ace jack suit, we get 4 bet jammed on, we can't call off. So just play cool. Keep some dominated hands in. 8 deuce 4 rainbow. Fairly dry texture. I feel like we'll go check bet call most of the time.
Password is Godiva. 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 Lady Godiva. Or if you're in any disco shoes, as J's, go diva.
Well, if it was, I'm sorry, but if it was Godiva, well, she spelt her surname wrong because it should be Diver, as in diver. Not because she spelt her surname wrong. She's had an absolute mare whenever she was about.
She's not a diver.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's an incorrect spelling of her surname. It should be diva. That's how you spell diva. If it was diver, it would be ER at the end. So, back to the action. As I said, I think this one just always goes check bet call. We got just shy of third from Ison, and Ray should be continuing ace-jack here. 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, backdoor wheel draw. Ison's still going to have stuff like jack 10, queen jack, king jack. Better at worse ace highs in range that we are ahead of. So, going to need to see a turner's rate.
Four of spades turn.
In terms of range, a card we could lead as Ray. In terms of our actual hand, I don't think ace-jack's ever leading on this 4 turn. Like, we're going to lead our 4x, we can lead some 8x, we can lead some stuff like 5-6, which is double gutted. But the ace-jack high just wants to check over. Hope to get the check back from Ison. Still ahead of some king high, queen high, worse ace high stuff. Now, Ison does have this ace of spades in hand. Does he want to put it to work? Needs to think about what he's trying to target to fold out. I guess he could start dislodging stuff like king deuce, queen deuce suited. And on this occasion, probably going to get rid of the ace jack. This is the other one as well. This is just a fold here from Ray. This has just got to be a fold now. I know we can see he's got the best hand, but we're going to have better hands to call here. We're from the big blind. We'll have some 8x. We'll have some combo draws and overcards. We'll have 4x, obviously. I feel like ace-jack high, when our opponent's still got all these 9s for aces, even some 8x of his own in range. Just got to get out of there, as Ray did. Nice bluff from Ison. Are we having a mad ferret moment?
Richie Cunningham's got a lot to answer for.
Yeah, yes. It's always Richie Cunningham that chooses the passwords. He couldn't just be like generic and be like UK Open is the password, or day 3, or final table, or champion. He has to go diva. Blame Richie. Speaking of online, guys, while you're all tuned in now and the internet is stable, quick rundown of what is happening online over the next few weeks. We've got plenty up and coming. Don't forget, if you want to get yourself to the Irish Open 2.5 milli guarantee main event, you can get on Grosvenor Poker. 45 players have won packages / seats so far. They're running all the time. Daily live event credits, satellites too. You can get them for cheap. We guarantee 20k every week on them, and steps as little as £1. And look out this month. It's going to be a biggie this year. Once again, Grosvenor are taking a team to Vegas. Road to Vegas kicking off in March. Details for that should be out next week. And keep your eyes peeled, because we will be guaranteeing a 4k package each week.
All right, calm down.
Still in, kid, yeah?
Still in.
Yeah, nice and nice, isn't it, kid?
Shush, a bit late for that, mate. We can hear you singing all your 80s tunes.
Yeah, well, we love it, don't we? We love you, Jay and Big Tower, Little Tower, Big Baz.
And Big Bazza.
Yeah.
Go get him.
Yeah, I'm going to smash the... do you know what? I'm going to play Orthodox.
Oh, really?
Do you know what, Barry? I've not seen you play today. It says you're still in the cup, but I've just seen you walking around. I've not seen you play a single hand. You've got chips. He's got walking chips.
Yeah. Second pair of trainers.
What happened to the first one?
More night.
Mr. Barry Grimes, ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to regret showing him where we're commentating from, Tower. Mr. Barry Grime, ladies and gentlemen, back to the final 10 of the main event.
Yep, we are live, Ian. We are back live. If you're on YouTube and you've clicked the black circle that says Grosvenor Poker, and it says live on it, the little red live sticker, then yes, we are live. The black and white Grosvenor Poker emblem, and it says live underneath it in red letters. You click on that and it says live, and there we go. We are live, Mr. Ian Needleman. We're live as Fulham are beating Man United 1-0.
Just going to jam here as Antoine for 10. Now this is different to the 10s. You're probably thinking, hold on a minute. A second ago, Joe, you said 12 big blinds. We don't want to go all in with 10s. But if for those that play satellites and no satellite strat, you need to think about how equities run. Now, ace-queen against a check range. Imagine ace-queen versus 8-3 off. We're only going to have around just over 60%. Ace-queen against like a 5-deuce suited. We're only going to have around 60%. But the 10s and the jacks and the 9s and stuff like this, they dominate the stuff with overcards. So then this equity is very low. Whereas with like the ace-queen, the ace-jack, the ace-king, like these are hands that we don't need to trap because against 2 live cards, we've only got 60% equity. Whereas the middle into big pairs, a lot of the time we're going to be up against 1 overcard or 2 undercards, and they're only going to have either like 30-20% equity within the pot. So like the ace-queen, the ace-jack, yes, off of like 11, fine to just jam. But when we have the pairs, the 10s, the jacks, the queens, try and get the maximum by either completing or making it just 2.5 BBs.
Nice one. There we go. You'll find it's 1-1 as Bruno Fernandes has scored for Manchester United. Cheers, Mr. Needleman. But we are live. Stato with the 8-4. If you've got 8-4 for Stato, you are live.
This is a jam. Just shy of 13. Queen Jack of clubs. Get the King 8 to fold. That's always a win. Getting a better hand to fold.
Still on 10, not hit the final table yet, and it's 6 PM. The cup has got 3 tables left, and it's 6 PM.
Oh, the cup will be well done before this.
Do you think?
Yeah, 40-minute clock. It's on a 40-minute, so that will be done before this.
I think they're both going to run past 1 o'clock.
I think they'll both run past midnight, but I feel like the cup will definitely be finished quicker than this because they go half-hour clock at 5-handed as well in the cup. So, like, they're going to get to play 3 levels a session. We've only got to play 2. Slightly shallower as well structure in the cup. I'd be shocked if the cup was still going when this finishes in probably like 6-7 hours time. First stop is the final table. One of these final 10 not going to be in that picture. King 10 for Ray. Opens the 160. I've seen Iceland take a lot of these offsuit ace-x LP versus LP as a 3-bet bluff, but prefer like having the middling card, the 7, the 8, the 9. I think it'd be, we're overdoing it and we're taking ace-4 off here. Have you guys ever drank coffee in your lives? I don't think I've ever heard one of you say coffee. I love a coffee. I can't go a day without a coffee. I'll usually have one in the morning. And then when I'm working, sometimes I have one in the evening as well.
We drink coffee, and every now and again, this guy treats the guys to a takeaway coffee because he likes his flavoured coffees and all that malarkey. I've only said yes once to a coffee from Jay, and we were in Blackpool. And I said, yes, please. It's the only time I have said yes. So he ordered all the coffees for all the team and all the floor because he's a nice lad.
The only problem, the event before, we were doing 888 here in Coventry. We were doing 888 here in Coventry. When I'm home, I don't usually order that much. We've got a coffee machine, so get the nice lattes from that. So I thought, okay, I'll order an all coffee. We're in Blackpool. Order it. Next thing I know, it's like
I'm waiting. First ever coffee.
Your order is on the way. Oh, look. Oh, your order is on the way. Lovely. They're in Coventry. I forgot to change the location from Coventry, and I ordered coffees from Blackpool to the Rico Arena. And Igor, who was manager at the time, come out, took the coffees, handed them out to the staff, and said, "Thank you very much." But that was a little misstep. I went to order Tower of Coffee, and I ordered them to Coventry when we were in Blackpool. But I did get another order from Blackpool after that. To be fair, I did reorder them to Blackpool.
Payouts scrolling across the bottom Renathan.
Thank God the driver didn't drive up to Blackpool.
Yeah, Stato, you're absolutely right. He is a phenom at the tables. He's been superb, he really has.
First one I ever got to see lift the trophy in the booth, Jerry. 2018, leg one, my first ever stint in the commentary booth with the tower. Stato beat Dean Swift heads up. I'll never forget that one, as it was my first one.
Neither will Dean. He retired after that. So I watched this stream back. I'm not watching that again. And off you went. So we're on 10. The payouts are scrolling across the bottom. We are still on 10.
I've already got one Mackham's. She looks after me.
Even though when she tells you that Fat Thursday's on and you get it all wrong and she does, oh dear.
It's donuts, Fat Thursday. I'll never forget now, Fat Thursday is donuts in Poland. They just eat lots of donuts.
Where was the delivery of them little pasty things that you normally eat?
Pierogi.
Pierogi.
They're from a place called Nyam Nyam. They're very nice.
When Alice comes to Coventry with the cat, we normally get pierogi.
Yep. No cat here this week.
Ah.
He's 5 for ice, and Dale going to get to send his 10 BBs. We never have an FT at 10, Jackie Chan. Always final table 9-handed. We only got 9 boxes on the feature table.
Yep. Sometimes in your local card rooms, if they're struggling for space or staff or anything like that, you can have a 10-handed final. How did Blackpool's 10k Saturday, Super Saturday go? Never checked. Taz was in the chat box earlier in the week, advertising for Blackpool.
Dow never getting called here. Strange open size really from Ison here. Goes for near 3x. Maybe accounting for a shorter stack of Labatt in the big. Could have been the adjustment. Even still, don't want to be doubling Dale up on our direct left, and ace 5 off, just always dominated here. Never. There may be a situation we're up against a king queen, a queen jack suited, all this stuff, but how the equities run, even against these hands, essentially flipping, just shy of a flip, and then against the stuff that dominates us, we're going to have sub 30%. Not a good spot to be in.
to the next. Still on 10. Break after this level. 23 minutes. And then we go to the 100k level after that. And still over 30 bigs average stack at the minute. 35, 36 blinds average stack. When we get back, it just drops to 29 bigs. Shows you how good this structure is.
Ten for Stato.
Has he been cut off? Or is he just not drinking and he's just like that anyway? The Grimo in the building.
Wouldn't be a Grosvenor event without Grimo here, would it?
Absolutely. He's loved his time.
Just me raise and take for Stato. Just a bit of maths tower, 3.3, 2.1, 5.4, 7.3, 8.5, 9.5 on this table, which means there's 19 million on the outer.
Wow.
So there's double the chips on the outer table flying about than what there is on this feature table here. So in terms of weighing it up against chip stacks around the room, if anything, we're shallow compared to the outer. I know we got Tuan over 5 million, Martin with 5 million, Zhang Xuan got over 2, so a fair amount on the outer.
Here comes a delivery. I hope it's pizzas. Are you playing the 500, the IPO? IPO is 500k guarantee, yeah, the one in October.
Yeah,
The one that we streamed last year.
probably not, man, the straw. Probably not.
We streamed it last year. Oh, we're streaming again this year. I see Nick O'Hara and Glenn Doyle in a month's time.
Jam for Antoine. I'm going to go for 2 bigs. Thought the King Queen might just open jam the lot here for 12, but going to go for the 2 bigs, attempting to still. I guess suited always jams maybe at 12. It's just so annoying to raise fold this off a 12 tower. Not saying that Antoine is going to raise fold it if met with any aggression from Stato, but it'd be really frustrating to have to raise fold this hand in the cut off. There we go. There's a jam from Stato. And this is why I may have just jammed in the first place as Antoine to take this decision out. That may have saved this tournament. You don't know what Stato's working with. He could have a monster under there. So potentially opting for the 2 BBs off of 12. Potentially save Antoine. We don't know what Stato had.
You do not, unfortunately. Second in chips on 27 bigs, as James has said. All the chips on the outer table. Heading to the break, 17 minutes to go until the end of the session. We either get to 9 and they'll take a break anyway for the final table, or we get to the break and they'll take a break. Ace Queen for Iceland. Open jam the cut off with Ace Queen. Stato again, unbeknown to us what he has. Could be the same card.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this from Iceland Tower. Like, we want to induce, we want to open, get Dale to shove ace-9 suited, ace-10 over our cut-off open. Get Ray at 25 to send, well, he's probably not going to send with ICM, but like, get Ray to defend a queen-9 off, get Ray to defend an ace-8 off. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of this jam. 25 effective behind. Like, the hand's too strong, Tower, in my opinion. We want action with ace-queen. Like, Ray's not calling off ace-jack there for 25 in this stage. So, like, when we get called, we're just absolutely toast.
Yep.
No, we got this big chip stack and we want to apply pressure, but, like, we prefer applying pressure, like, open jamming there, perhaps a king-jack suited or an ace-5 suited, something along these lines, where we can get better hands to fold. I feel like it's going to be a much better choice of hand to open send for the effective 25, whereas like ace queen, we want action, we want like a reshove, so we want the big blind to defend a hand we dominate. To be fair, Ison only $29,000 in live earnings. He's only got a total of 7 cashes on the database.
Well, so, only one in the UK.
Yeah, so maybe not been playing too long. Maybe played for a bit and come back to the game. Maybe a field player. Stato ace 3 suited here. May go for a 2.5x here, Tower, as Stato. And just goes for 2 bigs. Thought he may make the adjustment. As we say, when the big blind is short, 10 bigs or less, can make our opening size slightly bigger just to deter them from playing some stop and goes. And what I mean by that, like when we open like 2.5x or 2.6, 2.7x, like we are going to lose some hands that would usually defend in the big, like maybe some 8-6 off, some 9-7 off, stuff along these lines. So just prevent these hands from calling and realising their equity. Because when we go 2 bigs and a player's pretty short, they do get to defend fairly wide just because of the SPR they're going to be working with on flops and have a lot easier decisions. So I thought Stato would make the adjustment of sizing up above 2.5x, but has just gone for the 2 BBs. Now Antoine involved with the Queen 4 of diamonds.
Off to the flop. Ace, 2, 4. Stato top pair.
Yeah.
Antoine middle pair.
This could be problems. Tower, when Antoine is this shallow, this could be problems. Because, like, Stato's going to open king highs, queen highs, jack 9 suited, 9 7 suited. Like, he's just got so many hands that we're in front of an Antoine. So with a 4 here, he may just run it here and now, just flush out equity of hands like king jack, stuff like jack 10. I just feel like at this stack depth tower, a 4 can comfortably run it. When Stato's range is going to have a lot of whiffs, the king highs, queen highs, 7 8 suited, jack 9 suited, a lot of combos in there that are just going to whiff on this board, and we just flush out the equity of overs. Because, like, if he's got a jack 9 suited, something like that, we just call. He's then getting to see 2 cards as Stato. He just gets to check back turn, so he gets to realise all the way to the river. So potentially here as Antoine, I could just see the 4 running it tower. I could be wrong. But we will see what Mr. Labatt has in mind.
All of it.
Yep. It's all of it, bar some chips to potentially tank for a ladder if there's any carnage on the outer table. Here we are. Is this the hand that is going to get us to the final table? Because Stato is never folding. Labatt is never folding now. He's put 450 in. It is time to run it.
And you're right. He ain't folding.
Yeah, Stato didn't set him in. He's just called here. Interesting. Oh my word, Mr. Labatt.
Wow, what a sicko.
Because you know once Stato calls, you need to hit. Like, Stato's not calling here with something like king high. So as soon as Stato calls this raise, we know we're in bother. But now,
It's just going in. Everything but a chip, is it?
what a ridiculous turn for Labatt. And Stato actually hates this card now as well, Tao, because, like, Labatt can still have some ace-x. But although the ace-x probably still check call at that shallow stack depth, but he is going to have, like, all the suited 4x. And when he's that shallow, pre-flop, 9 bigs, he will defend, like, 4-5, 4-3, 4-6 off, 4-7 off. Maybe, like, the folds are going to be 8-4, 9-4, 10-4. But there's a call from Stato. Labatt leaving himself 25k.
And pairs the deuce on the river.
And now even loses to, like, the deuce X and Stato. This is just ridiculous. Like, we got to call the last 25k, but in your head as Stato, how on earth can you ever be good here? How?
I thought you got a 4. Quick nod from Stato. Bit of a grim one. Antoine back up to 1.7, Stato down to 1.3. 10 minutes of the session to go.
It's going to be interesting on this table. I'm hoping we're keeping the same table if we make the break, because this is going to be 100k big blind, which means I feel like three of the 5 from the table are going to be sub 20 tower when we come back, which is going to make it very interesting and cagey.
All the chips on the outer table. $15-minute break in 8 minutes if we don't get to the FT before. Good luck if you're in the free roll. Ace, King, 10, our latest flop. 2 spades, Anton flopping the flush draw.
I feel like the Queen High flush draw on the Ace King 10 though tower potentially does check, because we're blind on blind. We don't fold out better, right? I guess maybe we fold out like some... No, even like Queen 9, Queen 8 is probably going to call once we're positioned. So I feel like it is one that probably checks for Antoine. I know we got a heap of equity, but like theoretically, where are we finding folds from of hands that are in front of us? There's not too many, if any. But maybe already lining up a multiple street bluff here, because the Ace King 10 board, like Ison can't have the strong hands, whereas we can. We can still have traps with Ace King, Ace 10, Aces, Kings and 10s, whereas Ison always raises these at this stack depth in position. So maybe as Antoine here, he's thinking, okay, maybe we don't fold out better, but we do fold out better with a turn barrel. So perhaps lining up a second barrel on the turn, fold out 10x, fold out King X by the river, could be the idea.
6 minutes and counting. 45 big chip leader, Ison. The last 5. Do we lose anybody on either table in that time, or are we on the standard break?
Not that I want anyone to bust, but it would be perfect. We could lose one like around now, come back, full
Yes.
2-hour session.
Yes, the FT would start. And
It's so annoying when we come back after the break, 5 minutes, sit down, settled, cup of teas, ready for the sesh. Someone busts, we're on break.
yep.
Blind on blind, Ison with the 6 deuce off goes for one of these polar raises. Like this is where we have a big problem, tower, because if he's not raise calling 10s at like 10, 11 effective, like now the raise fold gap becomes just so wide, because if he's shoving 10s, he's shoving 9s, 8s, all this type, he's probably shoving ace, queen, ace, jack. So when he raises not all in, which is supposed to be a really polar range, I am going to feel like he's just going to have so much of this trash, and then like aces, kings, queens, just because of what you saw with the 10s jam at 11, 12 effective about half hour ago. Because if he's like choosing this polar raise at 10 effective here with 6 deuce off. We need to have stuff like 10s in there for the value range side. Otherwise, we've just got 2 slim combos of value when we go for this polar raise at this stack depth, in my opinion. So check, flop.
5 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, he's going to find the delay here, though, on the turn. I do like it now once we get here, as I said. Like the 6 deuce raise seems fine to have. We want to be polar here, fine to raise at a low frequency. But if we're using this type of stuff, we need to have stuff like 10s, 9s, ace 10 suited, king, queen suited, stuff like that we want to raise call to sort of balance that out. Because if we just shovel these hands that I've just mentioned and then just raise 2.5 BBs with all our trash, it becomes so easy for our opponent to play against. They can just shove any ace, any king versus our 2.5 BB raise and then just play a little bit tighter against our 10 BB jam.
So Ray. Seat 6, rear power. Cook must be on a break. Or I've gone deaf.
Either that. Oh. Do you want to know who was last out in the cup?
Last out?
Yep.
Well, Grime, or was it?
It was Barry Grime.
I thought I'd gone deaf.
That's why the cup is quiet now.
I thought I'd gone deaf, man.
They are not on break in the cup tower. Grimo is GG. There's a king, queen of diamonds. Dow sends it in. Gets it through. Manu Fulham's gone to extra time, apparently.
One apiece. Gone to extra time. We've got one more hand, and then it is a break.
6 hours into the day. Third 2-hour session coming to a close and still yet to reach that FT.
Yep.
Antoine with the ace 10 opens from gun, last hand of the sesh.
Last hand of the session. Time for a nice little 15 minutes and then more of the same because we're still on 10.
And Stato's going to be coming back after break with 10.
Stato's our friend. Did it last time, remember?
Yeah, I know.
Counted it down all the way down. Realised there's no more hands in. Guys want a break?
Hold on, we got Mr. Power.
Yeah, I know, but Mr. Power's just like...
Do you know what? Ray had like 4 million. I can't even remember him playing like a huge pot tower. Maybe just bleeding a little bit here and there, not being able to get involved. But we are on a 15-minute break, guys. Going to be back at 10 to 7. We'll keep the same table as we're going to hit the final table very soon. We'll see you in 15.
See you soon.
Because I get to play mixed games, and also now being at that age, I get to play at seniors and stuff like that.
Coming back to the UK, the NPL, great promotion. You've done well in it. You've come, I think was it fourth in the NPL in 2022. Winning the 10k obviously helps towards the next year.
Yeah.
Did you just smash it the first couple of months, or did you work out what you wanted to play during the year?
I think I flattened it in first 2 festivals a year.
There's me thinking there's a strategy to it. I'll play this event, I'll play that event. Oh no, the first couple of events in the
I think I flattened it in first
brilliant.
2.
Grand final in London, 2021 I think it was. PLO 456. We know you're a 4 card and dealer's choice specialist. Nice touch, 37,000.
Yeah.
Fantastic touch.
It got a lot more runners than what we expected for £1,000 buy-in, because there isn't many £1,000 buy-ins in this country at PLO. We just flipped for a trophy and chopped it.
That's all right. No wrong with that.
With Harrier.
Yeah, nice touch. When you playing in poker now, when playing in the UK now, we've got time banks. One of your most famous quote, one of your most famous times on the feature with the time banks is to use all 6 time banks to tell us a joke. Is this a true story? You actually told a joke when using the time banks.
I did. It was like early on day 2 at Mini Main or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, no looking at me as much. Say what's he doing? But I thought if I double up, I won't need a time bank anyway.
So true story. Use your time banks to tell a joke. I think that's absolutely class. Can you remember the joke? Was it funny?
Probably not. There were a lot of people getting irritated while they were waiting for it. Anyway.
Oh, brilliant. You touched on the seniors. Obviously, the seniors score in Vegas was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was a great, and we were there really. What was it like? Sat down there. Obviously, we could see what was happening, but it was. I thought we got the nod that you were on the FT, and the rail just turned up. It's great to rail somebody like yourself. What's it like being down the final 3?
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed not to take it down, to be honest. And I probably had 1 or 2 too many Coronas.
I think we all did.
But I didn't. I think I started drinking like 12 players out or something like that.
Yeah, and you just thought whatever happens,
Yeah.
and we ended up third.
Third, yeah.
Which was 3 or 4 hours later. You just imagine the Coronas in 3 or 4
But
hours.
obviously there's now probably 15, 20 on rail. So there's Coronas coming every 5 minutes sort of thing. And
Yeah. Vegas, since you first cast in Vegas in 2019, it's been pretty good to you, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You've done.
Yeah, touch wood.
Yeah.
I've never had a losing trip, but as I say, because I'm not playing these monster fields a lot of the time as well. I think that helps.
Yeah.
You know, like mixed games, a lot of times they're 200-300 runners, not 3.
Well, the one dayers are absolutely perfect, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you took a nice score on one of them. You won one.
Yeah.
Turned up one night. Yeah, I won that one. Just
Yeah.
turned up one night, which was a nice score.
And then I won a daily last year.
Yeah.
And then I think I cashed next 5 or 6 tournaments, but I think it's like a confidence thing.
Of course it's fun, and you're in form and you think you can't be beaten.
Yeah.
It's always good.
So
Always good. Well, keep going to Vegas because it does seem to be good to you.
a week today.
A week today, very nice. Look forward to seeing you out there.
You've been Sunday, don't you?
Yes, indeed. You've been in the game over 2 decades. We'll mention that. What's the plans for the next 10 years?
Slow down.
Really? Yeah. Pick and choose whatever you want to play.
Yeah, I probably won't travel much in this country.
No.
You know, it'll all be like
Yeah.
north. And just pretty much slow down
Yeah.
really.
Well, pick and choose the right ones.
Well, hopefully, yeah. As I say, it'll be Blackpool, Leeds, Manchester sort of thing. But yeah.
Just slow down a little bit, but just keep playing and keep smiling.
Yeah, as I say, I don't know how long mind will stay sharp enough. That won't help, like, you know.
Good luck in the future. Good luck in Vegas when you go next week. Good luck in the future. It is an absolute pleasure because you have been around 20 odd years and we have seen you in the card rooms and entertaining us on that dealer's choice in Blackpool. If you weren't there, you missed an absolute treat. Raggy, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Top man.
Cheers.
We're spending 10 minutes with Harry and Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you know 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just... until I came across poker, it was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used to, whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college.
Yeah.
I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow, I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance...
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures, numbers, maths.
For sure, yeah. So I joined uni. I didn't really enjoy it. My attendance was very low because I was too busy playing poker in my local card room. It all started with free rolls. I used to turn up with my shades on, hood up.
You look like now, do you think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I was just obsessed, and the obsession, it really forced me to dig deep, and I've just been obsessed ever since coming across it. And when you find something that you have that deep connection with, it just comes natural. Ever since coming across poker, all I've ever wanted to do was to play poker, and I've always worked very hard. I mean, when I was at school, I used to do papers, and I worked in behind a bar, then I worked in a hotel, then I worked in a restaurant, then I worked in a nightclub, then I went and worked in an office. I was a credit controller for a very big organisation, collecting £5 million a month. I've always been obsessed with numbers as well, but my heart was always in poker, and all I wanted to do was poker from the minute I came across poker.
Well, my first number for you was 2015, Huddersfield.
First cash in
25,
Huddersfield, yes.
25.
Yes, that's where it all started.
Can you remember much about it? You finished 12th?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest buy-ins at the time.
Yeah.
I think people tend to forget that we've not always played at these stakes. You work your way up.
Yeah.
But at the time, yeah, it was really, really big.
Was it a direct buy-in? Or
it would have most likely been a satellite win for sure, yeah.
Nice one. I like it. The Huddersfield on the map just because it was your first score. But your first big score, 2019, the Christmas cracker.
Yes.
Like, these fields used to be huge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Manchester did really, really well at getting the numbers in, yeah, for sure.
They did? £12,000.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially, I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and I made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the districts, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything. Yeah. You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields to make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But straight
as and when.
after, more or less straight after the Christmas cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712
That was
runners.
that was a very interesting one. They had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online, and then you would eventually turn up day two, play live at DTD. And they had this promotion: if you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10k package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day 1A, and I knew that if he makes the final table, he also gets the 10k as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table, and we both ended up getting the 10k package. With the 10k package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that. Congratulations.
So you
to
were
him.
second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself to second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Then, unfortunately, we end up. Let's do it again. So still on 10. Lost 2 players in 3.5 hours. We are still on 10. Big blind's 100k.
Come here.
Here he is, running up and down and everywhere. There's the chip counts. Just comes in.
I'm back.
4 chip stacks on 4 million. 5 chip stacks on 4 million.
Top 4 stacks, all on the outer table. The only short stack on the outer is Zhang Shuang.
Yep. And Dale Wilson, 8 bigs. Now the blinds are at 100,000.
I literally just had to go grab something from my hotel room, Jerry. I literally left as soon as we went on break. I got there, I got what I needed, and I headed straight back. That gives you an idea how far away some of the hotel rooms are next door. But I'm here. I only missed one hand.
Indeed. No table change. Maybe we could have done, but you're thinking 10 to 9 should be pretty sharpish. We've only lost 2 players in like 3 hours, so something's got to give eventually. Eventually something will give, and we'll be down to a final table. Ison Philippidis.
Is it Ison?
Ison. Ison. I reckon Ison. Ison. Who's in the free roll? With the password of Godiva. Everybody's a winner on the with the tokens we give away. They'll be credited tomorrow when the guys get back in the office.
Mackham says, come on, Raggy lad. And he's on the outer. Hopefully we'll see him on the final. He's got to outlast one more player though. He's got plenty.
No, it's never going to be an early night, Russ. Not ever. 23 coming back in one of the best events we've ever had, plus the amount of chips in play. There's 28.5 million chips in play. This was never ever going to be a short day. Always going to be a full 12 hours plus. We're playing for 220 grand as well. That has an input into how the players play. And we've been 10-handed for a while. So we've lost 2 players in about 3 hours. Ray Alling's call with ace 10 for 16. The buying for this was £1,500. 1 million guarantee.
That got smashed.
And 1,220,000 in the prize pool.
Oh, here we go. Ison with the ace-king here. Raise open off of 17, just shy of. With the stacks behind, has just gone with jam. Yeah, I think that's the way to play here. Yeah, with the stacks behind, effective 9 of Stato. Love this from Ison. Just because of these 9 and 7-6 big blind stacks in the blinds. Feel like this is the only way we can proceed. Happy to get in the 17 of Ray with Ace King specifically. I feel like this is how Ray's just like not. He hasn't really done anything wrong today. It just seems like he's opening, getting free bet, having to fold, and he went from like chip leader after heroing against Dale, the 8-9 hand about 2 hours ago. Just seems like since then, just lots of raise, having to fold free bet, raise, get C bet, get raise, having to fold. I can't really recall Ray getting involved in any big pots the last 2 hours, but somehow dropping from just shy of 4 to 1.5.
Do you think, Jay, there's a level of difference between GKPT players and Triton players?
Well, this is a hard question to answer, Jerry, because Triton have VIPs and then they have obviously the super duper pros like your Mateoses, your Espens, your Paulius, all these sort of super regs, and then you've also got your super VIPs. There's like if any of you've seen the 15k Triton main event final table from the other day, it was such a recreational final that some of the stuff that was going on was absolutely mental. Like you watch that final and it's like you're watching your daily 50-pounder final table.
Wow.
And this was a 15k Triton FT. And it was only Paulius, the Lithuanian man, who seemed to know what was going on that specific final table. The rest of them were just, I'm not sure what they were up to. So in terms of regulars and players that play for a living, obviously I feel the Triton's going to have better pros. But in terms of like VIPs, recreationals, I feel like from what I saw on that Triton FT the other night that maybe the recreational in the GUKPT is going to be a better player than the recreational in the Triton. But I'm just taking this off of that sample 15.
There's not many Rex can stump up 15
Yeah,
grand.
I know, but I'm just taking this.
There's not many pros can stump up 15 grand, to be fair. They'll probably all be bought in.
I'm just taking what I saw from that main event final table the other night.
Yeah, there's not many 15 grand buy-ins around. On a regular basis. Everybody be skint. There are some super buy-ins, though, aren't there?
There was some dodgy stuff in that tournament, though. That final table. There was a hand where first and second in chips, they're chatting. You can tell they're very good friends at the table. You can tell they're very good friends. Open, jacks, call, kings. Comes king, jack, brick on the turn, 9 on the river, only lose to queen 10. It's check, check, flop, bet small turn call, bet small river call. Indeed, Tower. Indeed. But it was a fun watch. Watched it the other night going to bed. The highlights. But we're concentrating on our final table at the UK Open, creating a extraordinary prize pool over 1.2 million. And Ray Power has $87,000 in cashes. His biggest cash is $30,000. That come in 2013 in Stoke in the GPS, where he finished third. Tony Hallam winning that one.
You know what that's famous for, don't you?
Stoke?
You know that exact event. Just pull the thing back up. You know what that exact event is famous for?
Was it because Tony done it on a cold, wet, windy night in Stoke?
Nope. The most famous, funniest video you've ever seen.
Was that Ali Mahou?
Ali Mahou was
that
filmed on that day.
Was that Ali Mahou?
Yep. On that comp on that day.
Barry Neville cashed that one.
Yep.
Mike Hill. Whatever happened to Mike Hill? He used to play when I used to play these things.
He took up being he wanted to be an MP, being Mike Hill. And then he started playing golf. In fact, he's playing golf on our golf course tomorrow, or last week, whichever one it was. But yeah, that was the Ali Mahou competition.
blind on blind here. As Ray, 12 bigs, is just going to jam. And Antoine never calling 8-3 suited. Just taking his time. Want to play as little hands as possible. Hoping that the outer table are playing more likely for a player to bust there. Then, although the chip stacks should be aware, and it's only Zhang Xuan that is short on the outer. Everyone else has got 4 million. It's 4 mil, 4 mil, 4 mil, 1.2 mil. The stacks on the outer. Labatt, who is second in chips here, if he went to the outer table, he would be second from bottom in chips. So, table draw a big thing. Big rumours circling that the man himself might be at the Irish Open.
Who?
I'm guessing you.
Me?
He'll be there, on the mic, doing his hobby, getting paid for it. I don't care, I'm not having... This is work. Commentating's work. Looking at a screen all day, chatting action, chatting, that's work. When you go out to the field with a microphone in your hand, all you're doing is chatting to your mates. You only chat to strangers when it's a winner that you don't know. But most of the time, you're having a good time. People are buying your Guinnesses. You're walking around with a microphone, chatting with your mates. That's not work. I'm not having it. It's a hobby. He's not there for work. He's there for his hobby.
And he meant Ali Malou. What rumours? Where have you got these rumours from? Who have you been speaking to actually know what Ali Malou is going to be doing?
Sally says, Tower works really hard.
I'll tell you that about 4 in the morning when we're taking the kit down. It was in the chat the other night that Ali Malou might be at the Irish Open. Well, there you go. If we see him, we see him. If we get Jay and Ali Malou on the same table, I will have the microphone talking to my mates. He wants a room share. The Seafro tried room sharing once in Malta.
Yeah.
How did that go, Seafro?
It worked perfectly for him. He basically paid half the price for a hotel room for himself.
And got the room to himself.
Yep. I just disappeared. I literally disappeared for a week.
Yeah, Jay will be playing the Irish Open, playing a lot of it, whatever the schedule takes. Jay will be there. He'll be out on the tiles with Will McMurray.
Yeah, I am booked up. That was so funny. It was just like...
I could have done
do you know
would have loved to have seen it.
The funniest thing about that story is we'd all forgotten that Will hadn't been let in. And then, like, we just... Do you know, like, you're on a night out, you're having a drink, Will's not been let in, we just forgot about him. And then 2 hours later, he just appears in this mustard yellow shirt with a collar like Elvis. And we're all like, what are you doing?
Oh, dear. Yeah, it's a Poker Stars stream for the Irish Open because Stars are sponsoring the Irish Open as well as Paddy Power. And you can also qualify on Grosvenor Poker because they're doing plenty of satellites. In fact, there's satellites tonight, isn't it, for the Irish Open on Grosvenor Poker?
Running all the time, Tower, up until then. And the Road to Vegas promotion for online should be released next week, I believe. Been told it's going to be during March.
That's it, Tower works hard on a Saturday. Thanks for the top golf tip. I was playing the 4 courses before playing the Irish Open. Nice one, Boz. It was a great thing that Glenn Doyle put together. And if anybody does fancy it,
What's happening?
they're playing 4 golf courses, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Before
I might need a buggy on Thursday.
Before or during the Irish Open, but one of them was the cake course as well. It looks pretty good, to be fair. I couldn't make it, but I told Boz there was a trip they were getting together, and the 4 courses that they have put together are pretty decent. If you want to play a bit of golf, they're playing St Anne's golf course in Ireland, and then they're playing the Druids Glen And then they're playing Killeen Castle and then the K Club.
Is there any spots, Boz?
Yeah,
Is there?
yeah.
Can you rent clubs there, Boz?
It's 4 different clubs. It's 4 different days, 4 different events.
Golf clubs. Can you rent golf clubs?
Well, yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ring the club themselves.
Yeah, but I wouldn't take my clubs with me on a
No,
flight.
but what I'm saying is, because it's 4 different courses,
yeah.
you'd have to ring each individual course. There are 4 courses you'd like to play, by the way.
The only problem is they're probably like, I know Boz plays off like near scratch, and they're probably all good golfers. They don't want to be waiting for me. Going, still you, mate, still you. I've had 4 shots by the time they got to their drive. It's like probably frustrating for all these low handicappers when they go around with someone that's playing off of low 30s, high 20s.
Yeah. But I'll be there Wednesday, meeting the guys, getting the instructions for work, and then working Thursday morning, so I won't be at the golf. You have to let me know how it goes, Boz. I'll tell them all about it. We're in 10 minutes, it's booked up. I'm on it. I've done it. We've got it sorted. The buying for this was £1,500 in total and £220,000 up top.
Seven eight suited in the cut off for Jason. Should shove here, Tower. Sorry for Ison. Yeah, very nice shove. Just recognising the effective stack behind us, and this one perfectly fine to send into the middle here. And Ian says Manu Fulham has gone to pens.
Wow. Man United always win on penalties.
That Ray can't call.
Gone to penalties. I want somebody to stand in Spinks's space when Spinks is there, just to see what he does.
Probably push him out of the way, give him a little shove. Oh wait, that's my spot.
Mehmet says, do you think there'll be any more £1 million tournaments across the tour? There's one at the GKPT in Coventry in Goliath.
There's a Ray with the 10s here. Let's see if he can find the Ray's call tower rather than the jam, but he goes for the jam. As I say, it's too strong a hand.
Yeah.
Like, we really want action with the 10s, blind on blind, when ranges should be as wide as they are. And we got Antoine asking for a count here.
Unbeknown to us what Antoine has. Do we get a call?
So we are going to be heading on to an outer table after this hand, whether Antoine calls or not, because we have an all-in and a call.
Wish we knew what Antoine had. Try and get a deck change at the for the final tell the action tracker that we've got a couple of dead cards in the deck. Because it's a big decision, and they're going in the muck. So into the muck they do go.
Okay.
And we've got John Schwank versus Raggy.
Ace 5 against pocket kings for Raggy. Jun Shan Zhu do with the ace 5. Needs an ace. So he is out the door. Jun Shan.
Five's working.
Yes. And it's a queen on the river, so Raggy takes out Jun Shandu, who finishes 10th for £12,440.
We finally got there, Tower.
Woo!
9
7
remaining.
It's a 20-minute break, and we will be on that fight.
I'm just looking at the chat box. Mr. K, I will never stop because I like my job too much. I'd like to keep my job. I'm going to say what I think is correct. So I'd like to keep my job, so I'm never going to stop, unfortunately. I know Ray quite well. He plays at Hill Street a lot. I'd like to call him a friend.
There we go. Mr. Ray Power is now on the final table. So the other 9. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
20?
For the final table, and when it resumes at 25 to 8. We'll be back just before to build up and ready for the final table of the UK Open, and somebody is going to be walking away with £220,000. But which one of the 9 will it be? See you in 20.
See you in 20.
Unfortunate, it was.
I'm going to say
Lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil. Yeah. And the winner got 462k. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course. Yeah. But you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. But obviously coming out of it, and coming into the live poker back again. Last year, big year for you.
For sure, yeah.
Nearly $300,000, as it says on the database.
For sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best thing
start of the year, everyone was like, "Oh, yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer we got. It was very,
but the
very
best thing for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well. Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with the 15k package, which was
really, I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15k package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future, that's all it is,
experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game, poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to think about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balance strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times
from winner or
a lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If not, if people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it, and running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards, and you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed.
Online.
Yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your proteges get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
for sure, it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys, to see them grow, to see them get these results. And I've actually built a community. There's between 30 to 40 people, very close knit. Everybody's helping each other. We have constant, regular hand discussion channels.
You're always studying between yourselves?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, poker's all I do. Even when I'm not playing poker, poker is all I do. I mean, of course, besides spending time with family, I'm very blessed to have a very supportive partner and to have a 7-year-old son. So whenever I'm not playing poker, because poker can be very, very draining, and for me, I'm very lucky that I have my family to lift me and re-energize me when needed, so I can go again. I think your off-table routines have a big impact on your performance at the tables, for sure.
A lot of studying obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying, knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent, and if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. In poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates, law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up, for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I absolutely love the AK. The name just fits with the game, and it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've had a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've had a lot of success. What's the future?
Short-term success, I don't take it for granted.
Absolutely, nobody does, and nobody should do.
Sure.
But what's the plan for the short-term future?
To keep doing what I'm doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results, it's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level, and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games, and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
So that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and Arian walks in and people look round and they spot who you are and they know who you are, and they're now getting to see the name sitting down at the tables and thinking, you know, it's just a little bit tougher.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, even when I went to the EPT, I mean, some of these guys I used to watch on the TV and to turn up and to share a table with them is one thing, but to be able to compete, that's another thing. It's very rewarding for sure. I've made a lot of sacrifices. I was doubted a lot. I was laughed at a lot. I remember before I started playing full time, when I was still working in the office, someone said to me, "Oh, what you got? I've heard you're leaving. What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going to play poker." And they just started laughing in my face. They thought I was some form of deluded.
Well, I hope they're watching the streams, realising how good you've got.
Degenerate gambler who is lost, but you can't expect other people to share your views. Everyone has very unique views in life, I think.
Yeah.
Only you know truly what you should do, and you should do it. I love what I do, and I think that's the main reason why I've had the results. Is I truly love what I do. And if you look at any field, the people that do really well are usually those who love what they do, because when you love what you do, you never have to work. What you're doing is not work. You're doing something you enjoy, and because of that, you give it more. Because of that, you have more resilience. When things go wrong, you've got more of a reason to push forward. And doing this for a living, I mean, all of the money and the trophies, it's very attractive. But the things that you have to actually go through to make that possible it's not easy. It's not made for the average individual. But if you work hard enough and you develop certain skill sets, then it's possible. Yeah, for sure.
Well, long may it continue.
Hopefully,
keep that smile on your face.
Fingers crossed.
Always walk around with that smile, because it's a little bit infectious. Arian Kashani.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me.
Cheers, Arian.
Cool. Thank you.
We are chatting to Ewan McNicholas. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, thank you, Tara.
Great to have you on the circuit.
Yeah.
How did you actually get into the game?
So I first started playing poker when I was at university. One of my flatmates was playing, and then I went to the UKSPC, run by Krosner, actually. It was one of my first introductions to poker. Yeah. And I met one of my best friends, Chris Maguire, there. Yeah. We played a tournament together, and we ended up chopping it. And I was kind of hooked from there. That was it.
The UKSBC had got some great names, and obviously you guys. Do you still keep in touch with these kind of people?
Yeah, I mean, some of my best friends are people I met in the UKSBC. Chris Maguire, Jack Oliver, Tim Joyner, these people I talk to every day still. Yeah.
Before lockdown, you'd only got like 2 cashes.
Yeah, well, I wasn't playing. I was playing very recreationally before lockdown, kind of at university, the odd student game here and there, but never really took it too seriously. Yeah. Did it help, the lockdown? Yeah, massively. So at the start of lockdown, I lost the job I was doing because it just got shut down. I was working as an outdoor activity instructor. Yeah. So that industry was just wiped out, obviously. Yeah. And I started playing online during lockdown, and then kind of just all snowballed from there. Yeah. 2021, obviously, biggest score ever. Yeah. At the minute, 165,000 to UKPT. Yeah, it was a good one. Can you remember it all? Patches of it, yeah. It all went past in a blur. I kind of just, for 3 days, ran as hot as the sun.
First time I've seen some excitement from the players. They're on their feet.
Ewan, ace 5 to das, ace jack.
One time.
29% equity to be champion. 29% to be champion. 71%. We double up. Flop time. Oi, oi. Never easy.
Any 4 balls?
3 deuce.
He's in better shape now than he was before.
4 out of 5 needed. We need to fade a 4 out of 5 to double a 4 or a 5, there'll be a cheer. Oh my word, the crowd went wild.
So it felt good doing that. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Was that your first main event or the first season?
Both. It was the first ever like GKPT series I played,
Yeah.
and so that was the first bullet of the main event I ever played. Yeah, it was straight in.
Yeah. Can you remember much about the final table?
I remember a few hands where, like, I remember getting it in with a pair and a flush draw on the turn against a set, and making a flush on the river, and getting it in something like ace-5 off versus jack, so jack hardcastle and winning. And kind of those two hands were the ones that kind of stick in my mind of like.
Probably not reminded of it too much by Jack, you know.
I think I can directly quote him saying, "I think I started your career." I think he said that. Yeah, kicked off your career or something. The sort of thing you would say.
Yeah, obviously Vegas 2021 as well. Going out there.
Yeah.
Was that the first year you could go out, or was it just the first year that you wanted to go out?
So, what year are we in now? Vegas 2021.
How old are you, by the way?
25.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah. So it was the first year after lockdown.
Yeah.
First time I went out was because my friend Jack Oliver was going deep in the main, and I had a small piece of him.
Yeah.
And I was chasing the National League that year.
Yeah.
Right. So I was doing all these tournaments, and I was actually in a tournament in 25-25 at the end of the year in Bolton, and a few of us who were like friends with Jack and all had a small piece were texting each other like, "Oh my god, there's like 100 odd people left. We actually need to like book a flight and get out there, because if he makes the final turn, we have to be there."
I was gonna say when you're scrolling through all the updates, day 7, day 8, day 9, you're like, this is real, this isn't it?
So my first Vegas trip was kind of booked while playing 25-25, and I remember getting an Uber from the 25-25 by my parents' house to pick up a bag of clothes and my passport to the airport. I remember the Uber cost me £450. Yeah. And then we got.
Obviously, what Jack's done, you've got a piece of him. The Uber didn't really matter, but that was literally your first trip to Vegas.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was amazing. It was a good first time, yeah.
Doesn't get much better as an experience.
Yeah.
Obviously, flying out to Vegas, we know Jack did what he did, and the scenes on the rail.
Yeah.
You all got showered in champagne or whatever it was, Corona or whatever it was.
I think it was a beer rather than a glass of champagne, but yeah.
Here we go. 37 minutes left to level number 30 with the blinds at 100,000. Final 9.
Yeah, 7:30. We finally hit the final table, still on that hour clock. So feel like going to be 6 hours-ish around there. 3 sessions seems about right. Quick rundown. Who has made this FT? Playing for 220k. Andrew Hume, Stato in 1, Twan Lee in 2, Antoine Labatt in 3, Ray Power in 4, Dale Wilson in 5.
Ray Power.
Martin Donahue in 6, Ison Flippidis in 7, Wantao Tang in 8, and Raggy, also James Clark, in 9.
How's the hangover? What hangover? I had 3 drinks yesterday. First drinks I've had for 10 days. I've been ill. Certainly no hangover this last night, or this morning. Out for a jog this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
We left here at 4 AM after doing the maintenance on the tables. Well, I say we. I was watching.
Yeah, you were watching, I
was
remember.
I was in support of the team. I was watching. Left at 4 AM. PK turned the table back on at 11.
Here we go, guys. Final is set. Should be nice and quick now as well. There was a bit of tanking going on. 2 tables are 5-handed, but no reason now for players to take their time. Just 1 table remains, and Ison probably going to kick us off with an open.
Yeah. Indeedy. Which he does.
Yep, coming in as chip leaders, talk about it a lot of final tables. Like opens want to be removal based, like having an ace, having a king, just removal to some good hands behind us from taking a reshove spot, from taking a 3-bet spot. I'm just trying to attempt to steal. And now 1 out. Ace 10 of diamonds. Going to set the tone. First hand of the FT. We are 40 deep. So finding the 3-bet here with the ace 10 suited. And to be fair, I kind of love it first hand tower, because where 1 tower sat, you've got 3 stacks of 4 million or more, and then we're to the left of them, so we have position on all these 3 big stacks. So basically just letting Ison know he's there. Yes, you got the chip lead, mate, but I have chips too. I have position on you. You're not going to be able to get away with opening too wide, because I will make stands. And just sort of putting that in Ison's head, first hand of the final table, I think for future game is going to be fairly nice for 1 tau. Ison may elect to fold hands that are cuspy rather than open them now, because he knows he's got an aggressive opponent on his direct left, and that means 1 tau can now open hands himself without an open in front of him.
Chris Johnson's, if you pronounce the I as J, it's Jason. Okay. No, I was actually watching that crazy cash game yesterday. That was mad. And some of them carried on to today, but no, just sat watching it for 20 minutes while there was nothing I can do while the tabletop was off. But yeah, it was some crazy action. And the FA Cup draw has been done. Fulham against Palace. Preston North End have got the dream tie against Villa. Bournemouth against City, and Brighton against Forest or Ipswich.
Why is that the dream tie against Villa?
Because Villa will bring more fans than any other of those teams that are still left in it, and Preston North End will fill their home side.
What about City?
They're the worst supported team in Premier League. They can't even fill the ground yesterday for poor old Plymouth.
Yeah, but you're not going for you're going to see Haaland, you're going to see De Bruyne, you're going to see superstars. That's the whole point of it.
All them that got dropped yesterday.
You don't look at old Barry in the crowd and go, "Oh, I'm glad Barry's here with his Man City scarf on." Do you? It's you go to see the players' tower.
Yeah.
You don't go for the full stadium.
And none of them players played.
Does seat 1 final table every tournament, basically.
He plays a lot of tournaments, and he is a good poker player. It's a good mix.
Oh no, I've just realised.
What now?
I've lost my side bet against Goodman.
Why?
Because he picked Stato with 250 players left to final table.
Did he really?
He did.
Well done, Sam. That's a good shout.
And unfortunately, none of my horses
Uh-oh.
made it.
Oh. Oh, so you pick your poker players like your golf players?
Yeah, basically. Basically. Stat overs.
Raggy, chip leader, James Clark. You see the guy there who sat down in Gary Spinks's space?
Yep.
I don't know his name, so I apologise, but he's a Nottingham lad and he's with Spinksy and he's rooting for Stato and Raggy. He's just given me half a dozen really old-fashioned aniseed bowls that you don't seem to get anywhere in sweet shops anymore.
You going to eat them over there? Do you want to have 5?
No.
Rather than chomping them in my ear, do
No,
you
not
want to
chomping
go and have 5?
No, you're
go,
right.
go and have your aniseed balls. Go on.
No,
I've
I'm
got.
not having
I
them
can
all.
start.
They're like bricks.
Are they?
They're like, listen, this is what an aniseed ball sounds like.
Yeah.
They're like marbles.
Yeah, sounds like marbles.
No, you just stick them in the corner of your mouth and let your mouth taste like aniseed for 20 minutes.
Why would you want that though?
I like aniseed.
Oh.
It's like sambuca.
Really interesting one here for Ray. Is just going to jam for 16. Obviously, I feel like this is one of these spots we do want a half stack and just make it like 800k, 700k. Obviously, effective all in, but 9 left here. 3 very short stacks. A lot of ICM there, especially pressure on Ray sitting, I believe, 5 of 9. So, sorry, 6 of 9. Obviously going to take it. Ace Queen suited too good versus hijack versus cut off. I just think we can maybe go for the half stack in this situation. And just a snap fold from Antoine. Let's see Ace Jack go correctly.
Ray pulls in a small one. Do we watch True Geordie, J or Tower? What is that?
I've never heard of it. It sounds like a crime drama. I'm guessing it's not because PK's chuckling beside me.
Is
now.
it a programme about Gaza? He's a True Geordie.
Oh, I actually think I do know what it is. It's like Love Island, isn't it? And they all go out.
What?
Is that like? Is they all?
What, they all do it in Newcastle?
No, yeah. I think.
Geordie Shore.
Oh, is that true? I don't know what it is. Sorry, man, the straw. Imagine Jay tipping you to win something. You might as well not turn up or even retire. I've not been very good with my picks lately. I'll be honest.
When did your last pick go out?
My last pick was Leo. Leo went out in... Oh, no, Rob Cowan was my last pick.
Oh, okay.
Rob was my last horse. Leo was my second last horse, and that was 18th and 16th.
Okay.
But Sam also had Hector Berry, so he finished in 13th. So he was free rolling me with 14 players left. So blind on blind here. Both these guys incentivised to play small pots with each other. Like, don't really want to play a huge one. And we're both sitting pretty north of 40.
9 of clubs turn. One town now with the best of it. Bottom end of the straight.
No reason for Ison to bet Jack 7 here. Doesn't really achieve much, but feel like one tout with his dummy and straight is going to be betting. Still can get some calls from some one pair stuff blind on blind when like range is going to be wide, but decides to check back. Maybe he's gone for the check back to bet big river, like try and make up for some potential lost value. Because once Ison checks, which he should with his hand on the 4-liner and also losing to a queen, then feel like one tout goes big, polar, repping a straight or a bluff. How big is the question?
300k in the middle, that's over pot.
Yeah, it's what I expected, to be fair, after the check back on the turn, now going 150%, trying to potentially make up for some lost value, make it polar as well. Like, we can still have just a random 7 high, 4 deuce, 6 deuce, all this type of stuff that checks back in the big blind. And now Ison, with just one pair, difficult to call for 150% here of one out. The good thing is, like, he probably never has a queen or 2 pair for this size, but still comes to the correct decision.
And there's the money what we're playing for the final 9.
It's a podcast, thank you guys.
So why would you watch it? No wonder it threw us off. Do you watch True Geordie? And then it's a podcast what you listen to?
No. Never even heard of it, mate.
Crazy.
And Richie Burner with some money on Rob. Guys, do you think Stato is the best player in the UK at the moment? I know it's swing, but he is wow the last 2-3 years. He's definitely in the group, I'd say. Like, it's hard to say who is the best player because live variants, I always speak about live variants. Like, in a lifetime, you may not even realise because you don't get to play enough tournaments, you don't get to play enough hands. So it's very difficult to say who is the better player because, yeah, people over a lifetime are going to run better than other people. It's as simple as that. You'll be maybe playing very good poker, but someone's going to make more than the other person. Someone may even lose over a 5-10 year period, even playing very good. It's a very hard question. It's a very hard to just say, yeah, one person, they're the best. They're the absolute best. No one's better than them. Yeah. But he's definitely in that select group. Boz, I feel like he's in the group of players.
He is indeed. Come on, the Raggy. Who makes it up? Go 3-way to the flop. Here's Jack 6. Top pair for 1 towel. Second pair for Raggy. Nothing for Ison.
Yeah, may tone this C-bet frequency down 3-way here, Tower. Like, prefer at least having a gut shot, at least having a diamond. The 10-8 just seems a bit trash. Like, heads up, yes. But when we go 3-way, you still got 1 towel who's going to have stuff like some Queen Jack, some Jack 10 suited. I'm guessing, was this a limp pot?
Yep.
No, it can't be. It's 775. It can't be a limp pot. Wow.
250.
Why has 1 towel peeled the ace-5 off here, Towel? This is interesting.
Not 3-bet.
Yeah, well, yeah, like 3-bet or fold. Like, call's probably the worst option here for 1 towel, but it's worked out in the short term. That's top pair, and Ison does decide to continue into 2.
So 3-way.
Raggy overcalls now, Tower. After this action occurring in front.
7 of hearts turn.
Well, now, as Ison does pick up this gutter, but we've been called in 2 spots. It would be adventurous to double barrel into 2 here. Yes, we picked up the gut shot. Yes, we got 10 high, but we've been called in 2 spots here. Like, at least one of them, we're going to assign ace-x, right? And Raggy's overcall's really strong. Like, you wouldn't expect him to overcall jack-x or 6x here. So that's kind of strong, the overcall from Raggy in the big blind itself. Does catch a pair on the river.
Almost like a board, we're just happy to see showdown.
Well, one towel should always check. I feel like Raggy now essentially turning this jack into a bluff here, Tower.
Makes it 360.
Because it's one of these, we never get called by worse, we only get action from better, but maybe there's a realm we do start folding out some 1-paired ace-x. Could you imagine if Ison calls and then 1 towel folds? Ison can't call. Like, we can't call here. We've still got 1 towel behind us. Yes, Raggy can have missed diamonds. He can have king, queen, queen 10, but can't hero an 8 here. And now going to be a decision for one towel, and this does look milky. Does look super milky. When we go 360 into 1.6 million, it's literally just north of 20% on the end. Like, one towel doesn't need to be right here too often against 20%, like 17, 18% of the time. We need to be right to make this call fine, but the problem is, like, if Raggy's bluffing here, we probably expect to see a bigger size tower. It does just look like he's rivered like a 2-pair, or perhaps flopped a 2-pair, played slow, and Raggy gets the better hand to fold.
Very nice.
Unorthodox lead, but it works a treat. And James Clark, north of 6 million now. What a strange hand. Ace-5 off pills the small blind. Ice and C bets 10 high, no draw, free-way, and then Raggy just wants to bet second pair on a river. What a mad hand.
Top bocking, sir, said Russ Coley. Oh, yeah, I said Man United always win on penalties. They lost to Fulham. We nailed it when I said Man United are going to win on penalties. Everybody should have got on Fulham. We are on 9. Somebody's hit a 0 on the roulette.
I may have just let this go as one towel. Yeah, we got the chip lead. Raggy now covers though, and the problem is Stato's so short that if he jams, like, we're going to be getting a ridiculous price. Still elects to open the suited jack. Oh wow, and Stato's got kings. Of course he's found kings with 6 bigs. It's Stato. Now this is the problem. Maybe we're okay because it's 7.5 actually. I thought Stato had around 6, sub 6. That one tail with a jack 6 of hearts. Wants to keep that short stack around as well. Is nice. Gonna get a count. These chips are so valuable. With 9 handed left in a 900 runner tournament, we're at the final table. ICM's there. Chips are worth a lot. But one towel thinking about spinning the jack 6 suited here. Not even got 2 to 1. Well, just basically 2 to 1 on the money. But he is going to have a spin with the jack 6 suited. Okay.
Okay, the jack 6. Yeah, that's in the bin for me and most people here.
Well, we got some sweaty turns. That's top set for Stato. We'll have this locked up on the turn most of the time, but there are some sweaty ones that could roll off. Ace of spades will dead it.
And there we go. Stato feels a little bit like a gift.
Just fold.
16 bigs.
Just recognise how short Stato is in the big blind tower maybe, and just let the jack 6 suited go. Right, we're going to be playing this final table for hours upon hours. We're going to get so many spots to open ourselves. I just feel we can be a bit more selective with the combo there. And even like Raggy covering in the small as well, still that to worry about. A fun one. It's been a fun start out.
Certainly has.
I know it's going to be a long night because we've only just got to the final. But if it finishes how it has started, this is going to be a fun evening. Just even the hand before, that three-way C-bet with 10-8, the pill with ace-5 off in the small blind. Raggy betting second pair on the river for 20% pot into 2 players. Like, it's all gone on already. For a final table playing for 220k, I doubt it's what many were expecting to see to kick off proceedings. Especially with Dale as well. You got Dale sat there with 3 bigs as well. He's been quiet to start the FT.
And in they go.
Now, can fire it in. with the ace deuce suited, knows he's always getting called by the big blind. Any two for Twan. Let's say Twan had just hypothetically, Twan had 9 million chips here, and the rest of the table had like between 2.5 million and like 1 million. There may actually be some argument for folding for Twan to keep Dale in, so we can just pressure everyone else and go after them. But when we've got 5 stacks between 4 and 6 million now, so I think we just have to call any two as Twan and try and bust Dale in this given spot.
Chance to double for Dale Wilson. Ace two of diamonds. How good does that flop get? You're just needing to fade queens and sevens. No diamond. Oh, is it the 7? Is it the offsuit 7?
This is the way Twan does it. Fading aces and diamonds.
Oh, 2 paired as well.
What a fun run out. Dale starts the spin up to just shy of 8. What's the need for the 1 chip behind on the final table? That 1 chip was worth 100k. Let's say, for example, there, Dale went all in, and then his direct left Martin 3-bet, and then there was a 4-bet, and then one tail went all in, and Raggy called off. Then he can just fold and potentially ladder, because he's always dominated, he's always crushed, and then he can potentially just fold, try and ladder what would be now £6,000.
Yeah.
That's the reason for it, Gilo.
Yeah. Hey, Paul Trotter, thanks to all the staff involved. Another excellent run tournament. I enjoyed myself, just not happy with the results. Raggy for the win. Good to see you, Paul.
It's a very unique scenario, Gilo, that we rarely see occur. We've only seen it once. I think I can only remember seeing it once since being in the comms booth. I've been here a long time. So Ison with the A6 of clubs opens to 225. Daniel Peacock, let me ask you a question, sir. Well, you may not, but for the people that do the lottery,
Yep.
they do the lottery for the time that they win it. Same scenario with this sort of. You're right. It never happens. I've only seen it once on stream. He says they got this 1 chip thing behind, but it never happens. But everyone still does it every time. It's for that one time that it finally happens. The same that people do the lottery. They keep buying the ticket every week for that one time that it could happen and it could come in. Like, yes, we know. It's like, I don't even know what the odds
Winning
would be.
the lottery.
Yeah, it's like winning the lottery, but there could be that time it happens. Like, imagine you just open shove there for your 4 bigs, and then it goes all in behind you. Think, oh my word, I didn't half stack, and I could have potentially laddered. Now I'm out the door.
Ball flopping an ace, ace 8-7. Antoine with the best kicker.
I feel like that's all it is. They're just waiting. Like, we know odds of it are so minute of happening, but it's for the time it does actually happen. And yeah, Phil Burdekin hits the nail on the head. A lot of you still all do Towers treble on a Saturday.
There you go. Cheers, Phil.
Because for the time that it could come in, although we know it's very unlikely, for the time that it could potentially happen. So open ice, and Antoine just calls ace-10 here in the big, and check shoves the ace-8-7. Ison sees the bad news, has to call here. Only 10 bigs in Antoine's stack. Could potentially have some 8x, some 9-10 of spades, sort of combo draw stuff. But Antoine in great shape to potentially double, be up to 2.75 million.
So here we go. Antoine the bat pairs the 8. So plenty of chop house now. And that's not one of them. So Antoine gets up to 2.7 and Jason's down at 2.7.
And if I'm sat at the table, you hate to see that. Probably one of the most decorated players on this final table. Fantastic poker player. You do not want that man doubling up.
Indeed. Steve Martin Jones says, I think the Goliath date's confirmed. Not only are the Goliath dates confirmed, my friend, we have got the Goliath schedule. That's the main event. That's the GUKPT at the Goliath, which has got $1 million guarantee. High roller is 1,500 quid. During Goliath, we've got all them side events. They're all the side events that are on at Goliath. And then these are all kinds of fulls. This is the full schedule of Goliath all the way through. Every single one of them. We're going to have that on the live stream every time we do a stream. The next time being Glasgow in 2.5 weeks' time.
Dow has had a great week. Richie, Devil Prawns had to get a bank loan out because of your trebles apparently, Tower. We know that's not true. Yes, Cal still plays. Cal's been at
been here all week?
Yeah, been at every event this year,
Yeah.
has Cal. I feel like I haven't seen him. No, I feel like, yeah, he's been at every event but Portsmouth. That's the only one I haven't seen him at this year. Yep, that is correct. There is a new rule, GKPTs. If you've got one chip behind you, are considered all
Yes.
in. The TD will come behind you. Will give you a 10-second countdown.
Yeah.
And if
Can't use a time bank.
yep,
So the final 9 of the Open, £220,000 to the winner, whenever that may be. 8 o'clock in the evening on the final day of the Open, and we are still on 9.
interesting one from Martin here, Tower. I feel like 10-9 suited from +1 full ring going to be way too wide at a final table. ICM there, we're sat 4th in chips. We have 3 stacks on our direct left that cover. Well, one Tao just lost a bit. He may not cover now, but we have 3 big stacks on our direct left as Martin. I feel like it's so much better to open an ace-deuce suited, a king-9 suited, some sort of removal there. It's just very important to understand how our opening range is going to change dependent where we're situated in chips, dependent what the stack depths are around the table. Are there any shorties? Are there any micro shorties? Do the players on our direct left cover us? Are they active? A lot of questions to ask yourself before choosing where we're starting in our opening range from. But does flop this gut shot on ace queen 8 rainbow. And Ray with the ace 5 suited, clear check call here. Tower should never raise, obviously never folding.
And does exactly that, makes the call. Six of diamonds
Wow.
turn.
Yeah, now we get here. We're not going to have a better triple, are we? We're double gutted and a flush draw now. And the good thing is, I don't think Ray should ever be playing any check jams here. If he has a strong hand, he just wants to flat on this board because it's a board that Martin may unload the barrels on with his king jacks, his jack 10s, his king 10s. So I feel like in this spot, we're maybe protected as Martin from getting check jammed on and not getting to realise. So I feel like it's actually a really good spot to barrel. Usually in these spots, I say when we're at this stack depth, a lot of the time you want to check back and realise because you don't want to get check shoved on. But in this particular scenario, I don't think Ray should be playing any raises, even like with his strong hands. I feel like these combo draws himself, if he had an 8x, a Queen X of diamonds, that's just always going to call. So I do feel like Martin is going to be protected here from getting check jammed on by Ray, and it's a lovely little barrel, and the ace-5 suited now just in the absolute cage for Ray because Martin has 8s, he has queens, he has aces, he has ace-queen, he has ace-king, he has ace-jack, he has ace-8 suited, he has ace-6 suited. He has so much here for value on this particular board. Yes, we block some of the ace-x containing an ace. We unblock the King Jack, Jack 10, King 10, which I guess is kind of nice, and we're also unblocking some potential like King 9 of diamonds, King 7 of diamonds, but probably wouldn't expect these to open because of Martin's seat when he's got 3 big stacks to his direct left. But it's a real hard spot for Ray to continue here, Tower. I'd probably just let this go here and now. I think
there it is.
It's too tough to continue.
Nice one, Martin.
Great double barrel there from Martin. Very nice. Not much Ray can do. He's just caged. I agree with the fold there from Ray. I know we had the best hand, but try and take the whole cards out of account. Just try and look at it range beat range, and I feel like the ace-5 suited there just too weak to be seeing a river.
Six minutes left at this level. Still on 9 of the unbelievable UK Open. Well done, one and all. Everybody from top to bottom. It has been a huge success. Yet again. A couple of 25-50s next weekend. We'll show you those after this hand. Raggy raised up to 225. Antoine has a decision with pocket 8s. And 27 decides to get out of the way on the button with pocket 8s. Down to the big blind. And Dale won't be doing anything with the 7-4. End of hand. So the 25-50s next week and the week after. There we are. Next week in Luton, Liverpool, Leeds, Cardiff and Walsall. I thought it was a... Is there not one of the mini-fests coming up?
Yes.
Is there not one next week?
Week after.
Where is it?
Hill Street, Birmingham.
Why is it not on the list?
I don't think we have a mini fest button, do we?
We don't. Why have we not got the mini-fests on? I know there was one coming up. But the mini-fest is not even on the list. We need to start advertising the mini-fests.
That was Feb.
Yeah.
Can't find it. Can't see it.
525.50 to get your teeth into next week. That's all we say. We don't have a mini-fest button.
Antoine raises to 225. Martin with a King 7 suited in the big defence. Wow, we could have a biggie here. Dependent on the run out and how Tuan chooses to play, but if you've got the image Tuan does, there's no reason to slow play your strong hands. People know and are aware that you play a lot of holdings anyway, so it's great when you have that image and you flop a big hand because no need to slow play it. You're going to get that cooled down lighter because of your image anyhow. So it starts with 150, quarter pot on the 8-5 deuce, and Martin with the King 7 of spades. I feel like check call, only way to proceed. don't really want to play a huge pot out of position here. Could be saving grace on the turn here now, when potentially our king is no good now that Twan can have some ace-x that turn top pair if met by a big size, which we should be on the 2-time turn. Should be sizing up now as Twan. Quarter flop. Got to go bigger now on this turn when 2 flush draws are present. Lots to get called by from the big blind as well. You got the 5x and deuce x of clubs now. You got the 8x of spades. What the combo draws, 3 and 4x of spades, 3 and 4x of clubs. So much out there to get value from. Even some turn top pair, ace 3, ace 4. So 40% on the turn. So it does go bigger than quarter. We could have potentially seen a larger size. It does keep Martin interested with his flush draw.
9 of spades. The flush hits for Martin.
You just love seeing that. Absolute dreamboat river for Martin here. And is he thinking about leading, worried that Twan's going to be checking back this flush completer too often? Or can he find the check to potentially go for the check raise here? Or going to use a bank. See how long, if he uses the full 30 seconds here, Tower. Because one of the bank tells that we see a lot on stream is someone throwing a time bank and then don't use all 30 seconds, and because they've already got their decision. Here we go, like, not full 30 seconds used, 15 seconds and he's reaching, and once again it's a nutted hand. You'd have to go through the stream archives to find a bluff in this spot when the time bank is thrown in and the player wants to use 10-15 seconds rather than the full 30 seconds. Usually they already had their mind up in their head what they were doing, so it just always becomes value. And Twan absolutely hates this with a set here. But is there a world that Martin can have deuces? He could perhaps have like a river 2 pair, like a 9-5 of clubs. I don't think we can fold a set as Twan. How can we? We have a set, sir. We might beat some value. I know this just looks super strong, Tower, but if we're folding a set, we're just folding everything. And then Martin, like, theoretically can just lead any river as a bluff if we're folding as high up as a set. Be some fold if Twan finds it, but I really can't think of how we can. It's just a cold deck at the end of the day. Flush versus set at a final table. What can you do? Sick fold if Twan finds it, by the way. But is there like ever a realm where there's a value hand we beat? Something like deuces that doesn't want us to check back river. Something like a slow played ace-8. It's just a disaster if we fold this and somehow Martin's got deuces. But I understand the lead from Martin. He's thinking that once the flush completes and 6-7 completes, that Twan's just going to be checking back this card too frequently, so therefore trying to get the calls from like the ace-x and stuff like that, which would knuckle back for sure. Sick fold if he finds it, Tal.
Wow.
Sick fold.
Wow.
Do you know what? We always say he's a bit of a maniac sometimes with his bluffs and his 3 bets and his 4 bets. But being able to find that fold still, class lay down there from Twan Lee.
Very nice indeed. New level, 120k.
That is a sick lay down. Do you think he value bets Tower if Martin checks a set? Because I think he does. I feel like if Martin checks, he probably value bets the set himself. But the lead on the river from Martin maybe gave him that room to get away from it. It's top-notch fold there from Twan. I know the flush is completed, but what I'm trying to get at is the fact that if we fold a set, we just fold everything on that river. And then, like, in theory, our opponent can just lead every flush complete in river and we just fold everything. We just fold range, but That was a very nice lay-down tower. And it weren't even a big bet from Martin. It was 2/3 pot. It's not like he's gone for like a 2x potter or a 3x potter super polar. He's gone for 2/3 pot, and Tuan Lee makes a fantastic lay-down there.
Did he fall or get timed out?
Ooh, he ran out of time banks. I thought he had 3 in front of him. Oh, they're all gone. Maybe he did. Maybe he did run out of time banks and didn't realise.
He didn't fall, he got timed out. There we go.
You know what? I just saw 3 time banks in front of him, and I assumed he had all those to burn through. But I'm guessing he'd already used 2 of them. The dealer just hadn't taken them. So his hand was dead. Still technically folded. It's still a fold. If you're not sat there playing online and you time out, it says you folded, right? That's right, Jason, right. He got time out folded.
10-9 flop. Good for Ison. Raggy bets 200.
The dealer had told him, so he knew. Okay.
Ah, right. That's where you get one of the best. Kyle, one of the best in the biz. His last event in Glasgow.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Last
Why
event.
is everyone leaving in Glasgow?
Who else is leaving?
Nixon told me he's going in. He's going next month as well. He's told me he's doing his last event next month. Yeah. So.
Kyle's moving to Australia.
I
Kyle's
don't
moving
know,
home.
I don't know where Nicky fishes off to.
Kyle's
but
moving to the Gold Coast to run festivals over there.
Lovely. Do you reckon he could sort us out one day if we went over there?
I think definitely. Yeah, absolutely. If you ever get to the Gold Coast, by the way, one of the nicest places on earth. Nice one with the check mark with the 10 on the flop.
Small one goes Ison's way. What about value betting the top pair on the river? Checked it. Over to Raggy. Check back. And the poker gods are a sucker for a good play. Tuan now gets dealt aces a few hands later. Ooh. And the Frenchman's got one he could attack with here. That timing on point as always with Antoine. Out the way with the ace-2 suited. I guess we don't cover Tuan actually. So probably less inclined to take a hand like that. When Tuan covers, we're sitting pretty. We don't really need to get involved, Antoine, where we're situated in the leaderboard. At one out. Has to have a look with the king-queen. So 10, 7, 5. 2 clubs. There one of these boards we may have some bigger sizes on. Just think about the big blind range. They've got all like the 4-3 suited all the way up to Jack 9. You think about all them combinations of sort of gut shots, up and downs that are potentially in there. Some club draws as well. But we are at a final table, so it's not like a big bet. Not necessarily going to be 2/3. We might scale the 2/3 down to half or B40. It looks like Twan does go with half with the boots. And just a snap fold from the King Queen. Kyle, the dealer, the man dealing right now, Gilo, is moving to Australia. He is Australian.
He is indeed. And he's going to the Gold Coast to run festivals and poker events on the Gold Coast in Australia. Kyle, not Cal. Kyle. Six deuce for the old Martin. Oh yeah. Any more Jane Tower thinks? No. Not during this final table. Not at all. I think I've got somewhat of a decent chance when it comes to Jay's way of thinking, but when it's Tower, I'm drawing dead. I'm the only person that's nailed 2 answers, by the way.
Do we know if any of this final table is local? I'm pretty sure Martin's from the Midlands. Always see him at Walsall and play like the Hill Street tournaments. Ray, I've seen at Hill. Well, I think it's Ray. There's a Ray at Hill Street that looks almost identical to this man. Yeah. It's hard because he's got the cap on to see.
It says he does live in Birmingham.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
but he originally from down south.
So I know Ray quite well then. If it's the Ray I'm thinking of, he plays. I've seen him play cash at Hill Street before. Spoke to him a few times. So I think Ray and Martin definitely from the Midlands area. Raggy's Nottingham, isn't he?
Yeah, Stato's like Grantham-ish, south of Nottingham. Twanley's Manchester, I do believe. Antoine about now lives in London. Don't know about Wonton, and I don't know about Ison. Jason Ison. Still on 9 of the big one.
Yeah, playing for a chunk of money. Prizes rolling across the bottom of your screen.
Martin and Ray choppy. Well, we're a long way from that as of yet.
Yeah, it has to go for Dale with the outright short stack, and no one's really too close to us now. Obviously, we saw Stato double up. So, at final tables, we always use the word ICM, but when you are the outright short stack and there's a bit of a gap between you and second last in chips, you're playing much closer to chip EV. So now we are playing closer to chips rather than playing like an ICM range when we are the outright short stack. Probability wise, we're always favourite to finish in 9th place, so we have less risk and our risk premium is lower. So as Dale here, finding a middling ace has to go in effectively in any way, leaves himself 120 back, and this could be the hand that makes us lose the first player of the FT. And we got lots of jobs now through the back door. There's only 1-7 in there for Dale, so does need to come through the back door, but a 10 or higher is going to give an absolute catalogue of chops.
And it's a jack. 9 still playing for Raggy. But I don't think he's putting a dime in. Well, might do now. But we are going to chop it.
Yes, we are.
Gareth, right, yes we have. We've got the 888 schedule. I can show you that straight after this, as it gets called. The 888 Glasgow schedule is here, and this is when it starts. 13th of March, so 10 days time. Thursday the 13th, 11 days time for the Glasgow 888, the Crazy 8 opening event. Plenty going on, plenty of events to get stuck into. And then the second week is when we turn up as a Cardroom Direct and streaming from Wednesday. We're doing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Cash on Wednesday, I'm guessing.
I don't know. I know setup and
yeah, oh
what
yeah,
have
you boys got the setup. We could even do like a little. We haven't done the old Cardroom Direct sitting go in a while. That's been like 5-6 years.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, could get a couple of 888s involved.
Yeah, we potentially
beat
could.
them up.
We'll have a look at it. But there's. Be good to see you up there, Gareth.
And also, you were talking and you wanted, what you did want, was the Minifest. So Birmingham Minifest is actually on at the end of March, so 24th to the 30th. Then there's a Liverpool one. Then Bolton, Sheffield, Walsall and Newcastle to finish the year. And also the schedule of a Minifest looks a little bit like this. A week-long festival. Reading smashed it. Every event, brilliant stuff. Well done to Reading for the first ever Minifest. And they're the schedules of the Minifest. So, plenty going on. Any kebab sandwiches about? Oh, a C4. A C4. What time are you coming?
And aces for Stato, couple of hours.
So Gareth, I tell you what, that's a ride by the way. Portsmouth to Glasgow. That's some bus ride.
And what we were talking about earlier, 10 BBs, blind on blind tower.
Aces.
Complete, all your big pairs, even like down to
Complete.
like at 10 probably down to like 9s. Like just complete. Keep like these 2 undercards in. Twan's gonna shove his strong hands anyway.
King eye flop. But he whiffs, does Twan late.
Yeah, I may check out a position as Stato against this particular customer. I feel like against most we can just start betting, try and get this in by the river of free streets. I just feel like when Twan is the man in the big blind and he is one that can get after it in more ways than one, maybe player dependency would have made me check this spot and just throw a little bit of rope over to Twan. But third pot for 120k. Twan is wrapped round this 7 with the backdoor diamonds. No action for the boots from Stato. I'm going to show the table, the aces.
Good evening, Dara.
The slow doke in the chat. How are we doing, Dara?
Congratulations on your couple of Global Poker Index awards. Well done, sir. See you over in Ireland, if not before. Dara, I am going to collect additions to my collection of your books. Question is, Dara, has he ever bought one?
No, he hasn't. I remember Dara in the chat. I remember Dara coming in the chat before and saying, a CFO's never bought a book. He always gets them for free. He has a way of wangling free books.
And free 25k passages as well. But no.
Random draw, Tara. Random draw.
Random draw.
Random draw.
Random draw.
Just won a random draw twice out of 10,000 people. But it's random. It was a random draw.
How's the Vic refurb going? The bottom floor, the first floor of the casino is now complete, and now it's the turn of the poker room. And that's all we know. Cheers, Dara. Always a pleasure, and I'm sure we'll chat plenty at the Irish Open. Did you do any comms last year, Dara? Always nice to get the locals doing the Irish Open.
He did. I can remember because I was in the crack then, and they have it on, don't they? The stream. I'm pretty sure I remember Dara in the comms a stint at least, or it may have been the year before actually. But I remember being in the old crack then and Dara on the comms. And for those of you that don't know the Irish Open, there's a little bar called the Crack Den with a shuffleboard table in, a few PS5s.
It has got nothing to do with whatever you're thinking about.
Yeah. For those that have never been to the Irish Open, it's a place where the players go to chill, play a few games, have a few beers, music's on.
Yep.
When we come to this FT, guys, we had 3 stacks, sub 10 BBs. I thought 40 minutes in we would have at least one bust out by now, but Dale has had one double and kept the float. Sato doubled up with the Kings. Antoine doubling up as well, so nothing giving just yet.
Nothing.
King Do suited here for Dal, real toughie with 5 big blinds. Problem is, blinds are obviously coming round, and we're going to have to post 2.5 bigs as the blinds go through. So suited King seems viable as the outright short stack, and once again playing a lot closer to Chippy V when there's a significant gap between us and second from last in chips. Less risk for us. Our probability of finish 9th is high, so we are happy to just run it here with the suited King. And as well as that, as we always say, we get to win back someone else's big blind and ante, whereas if we wait one hand, we're winning back our own big blind and ante when the chips go in. And we still have a smidge of fold equity at 5 tower. It's not a necessity that we got 3 and Ray's going to call off any 2 in the big blind. Like, we still have a smidge at 5. And shoving into Ray's big blind's absolutely perfect as well, because Ray sitting second from last in chips then becomes in our situation if he calls and lose this one. So it's actually a really nice spot for Dale here, the fact that it is Ray in the big blind when it does get folded to him. Because Ray will be aware the old swivel is going to occur if we call and we lose that hand, and then we become the outright short stack. But Dale up to 950. Loves getting that through tower. You absolutely love that as Dale. Just gives us another orbit or 2.
C4 has not won a ticket to the Irish Open yet. I heard that if you played Paddy Power Poker and you didn't win a seat to the Irish Open, you should quit playing online poker.
Who'd you hear that from?
That's what I got told. I got told that this week.
By?
Some poker player that's already got 3. He's literally said they're giving him away.
Not to a CFO, they're not. Maybe it's a CFO giving them away.
So, you know, you need to broaden your horizon and get on to Grosvenor Poker. They've got loads given away for the Irish Open and Paddy Power. Get on them, man. All these 3 sites are giving away hundreds of seats. Surely Paddy Power's the best one. I remember back in the day when Paddy Power were the sole promoters, and he used to turn up and start the tournaments. So Paddy Power himself.
No way. What,
He did?
What,
There's
actually a bloke called Paddy Power?
Well, how do you think he's come from?
I just thought it was an Irish thing.
No, that's his name.
No way.
That's the guy that owned Paddy Power Bookmakers and Paddy Power. It's called Paddy Power.
Do you know what? I always thought it was like a piss take on like William Hill, because William Hill and Victor Chandler. I always thought it was just like made like a really Irish name.
Guess who owns Victor Chandler?
Victor Chandler.
Yeah.
I get that, but I always thought, because you watch the Paddy Power adverts, they always take the mickey out of things. They always
they
take
are the
the
best
mick.
social
So
media ever.
I honestly thought it was like a Mickey takeout on William Hill, Victor Chandler,
right.
all the English bookmakers to just come up with the most Irish name ever, Paddy Power. Like,
that's why Power is a very Irish surname.
yeah, that's why I thought it was a Mickey take about all the English bookmakers, William Hill, Victor Chandler. And they just come up with the most Irish name you can ever come up with. Raggy with the sevens. Opens to 240. We know these tiny pocket pairs, not the best ones to have at final tables, but from the big blind still need to defend. And C3. Ten of hearts on the turn. So not much Martin can really do here. Like Raggy's going to check back some like ace queen, some ace 10, even some like ace jack, queen jack potentially, that we're not going to dislodge with a turn lead. So I feel like Martin's just going to be done with this hand. And the 7's going to be good for Raggy. Gilo in the chat. You all laughed at me. Who's laughing now? According to Google, Paddy Power is founded by David Power.
Nickname Paddy.
Not an actual bloke called Paddy Power. You all laughed at me. Who's laughing now?
Obviously, Paddy's a nickname.
What for David?
Yeah.
It's not. Paddy's not a nickname for David. I'm not.
All right. I do apologise. David's a nickname for Rodney. I understand that. And that's just...
Thank you, Gilo. I knew it. I knew it couldn't be true. It's too Irish.
When the guy comes up and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, Paddy Power's here to start the Irish Open," they don't say, "Here's David." I think it was handed down to Paddy Power, actually, by his dad. There you go. His son's called Paddy, who now runs it.
Oh, he's got his son called Paddy. Yeah, but he weren't. He didn't run it when his old man set him up.
No,
so
but
what? But his old man named it after his boy then.
I don't know, must have.
That's what I'm saying. They call all Irish guys Paddy.
No, they call Dara.
I'm actually half Irish, believe it or not. My mum's full Irish. My mum's from Limerick. I am actually half and half.
It's great on match days at the rugby.
I know, my mum loves rugby. I have no clue, as you found out the other day with the Tower of Things question. I love this from Ison. Really nice one to use. Offsuit high-low. Like, if we're being picky, we prefer like having a 3, a deuce, but good to see. Not much playability. Can fold out some better stuff, as he does with the King 8. Nice little take blind on blind.
Andy Hatter says he lives near Limerick. Have you ever been? No? You not been to see your granny or your granny?
My nan and granddad before they passed, they lived opposite us.
Oh,
which was obviously great. Their story, I can't actually, I actually can't remember it, but there's stories of me being 3-4 years old, and my older sister. We used to like early on a weekend. She used to jump out the front room window. I'd go on the windowsill, she would pull me out and we'd sneak over to my mum, my nan's. My mum would wake up, think, where are the kids, and we'd just be over my nan. So she used to obviously go in panic mode, the old mother, when she woke up and the kids weren't in the house. Just let himself out the window.
So 8:45 in the evening, final event going on, and we still have 9.
Open from Twan with the Queen Jack. 5 deuce of clubs for 1 towel here. A lot of ICM here with 9, even like the suited 5 deuce. I'm not sure towel up. Like, obviously in terms of chips, yeah, any suited 2 for 2 bigs, fine, but ICM there, we're sitting middle of the pack, a lot of pressure, a lot of risk on us. Like, if Twan's open like a suited hand here and he flush over flushes us, it just becomes a disaster. May have just even the suited gap up, just being this low now. May have just chose to let it go as 1 towel. Either way, we're not going to do many chips, just to give up on the ace king queen. Twan checking back twice and does river 2 pair.
So about 250 on the river. Of the Jack of Hearts. Twan with 2 pair. Looks like a call.
I guess in trying to target some pairs there as 1 towel, stuff like 8s, 9s, 6s, these type of holdings, knows he's never going to win it with 5 high. But once again, towel stems from pre-flop. When we're sat middle of the pack, like we've got a 13 BB, a 10 BB, a 5 BB stack. We flop a flush there. I know it's so unlikely, but there is a unique scenario that we get flush over flush. We're out the door, and suddenly that equity just up in smoke. It's need to be selective with what hands we're going to continue at final tables. Decisions to make money, not decisions to make chips anymore. Ali says, why has the min raise become the norm for late parts of the tournament now? Is it to show strength to get people to fold pre-flop whilst not inflating the pot? It's just what's most optimal, Ali. You jump back 25 years, you read Super System, you read Dan Harrington on poker, and they would always say you open 3x, you make it 3 big blinds. But soon as the wizards and the solvers started coming out, and I have no idea how you'd even go about making a solver or whatever it is, coding it, whatever you call it. But when all these supercomputers have come out and they can delve quickly into the mathematics of it all, it just showed that it's the most optimal size to open. That's all it comes down to, really. Someone out there has crunched the numbers, not me, but someone has, and it's just the most optimal size to open. It's the one that's going to be the best to choose. Just in most situations, there are scenarios we want to go bigger, like we might go 2.5 or 2.6 if there's like a 5 or 6 big blind stack in the big blind, just to deter them from playing some stop and goes. But it's just because it's what's most optimal. It's what's going to make us most in the long run. Most points, Jackie Chan. It's rare you'll see people open bigger than like early levels when it's like 100 and you're 300 bigs deep. Yeah, people open to 300 3x. But as like you get to 2.5, people will open to 12, but never usually more than 2.2, 2.3x. What you'll see people opening. But then when you do get to day 2s, day 3s, people just generally make it 2 big blinds.
So if everybody plays the same system, what's the system to beat that then?
I guess you just got to play the same.
Get lucky.
Because if you, get lucky. That is the best thing you can do in poker.
Yep.
It's better to be lucky than good, as they say. And not everyone plays the same system, Jace. That's the other thing. You'll sit in poker tournaments, there'll be 10-15% of the field at the start that are opening to 3 bigs. Some people open into 4 bigs, some people open into 5 bigs. Like, this is the thing. But you will find with most people that are regulars or play this game for a living or it's their main income, like they will be the ones opening to 2 big blinds or just north of like 2.1, 2.2. can't defend this one three-way as Stato. I would have jammed here as Raggy Tower. I think it's a really nice spot to jam. We've got Stato sat there with 12. We've got One Tau who is under extreme pressure, sat 5th in chips with all these shorties there, Tower. I probably would have. I think this is a really nice spot to jam here for Raggy for 20 effective of button and 12 effective of Stato in the big. Raggy coming with the lead.
And getting One Tau to call with the overs.
Free to flush, free to straight, 2 overcards. One Tau wants to have a look at the turn, but now surely going to be getting out of here. I guess playing it in this fashion in the short term did earn Raggy that extra 300k, but it is a really nice spot to shove there, I believe, for 20 when Stato has like 1.3 million, One Tau has like 2.4. Like One Tau has to call off so tight there when we've got Dale as short as he is. Who's the other shorty? Stato as short as he is with about 12. But it is important as well, I mention it a lot, that our opponent understands this, because it's all well and good and saying, okay, our opponent has to call off really tight here, but if our opponent doesn't understand that and they're just playing poker how they play poker on a day one and they're going to call us off with ace-jack, then it becomes bad for us as Raggy. If our opponent's suddenly going to start calling ace-jack, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. So you've got to take that into account as well. Try and be aware of the players that you believe are ICM aware and the players that are not. Because if you're trying to pressure players that are not aware, it can backfire.
Stato ace 8 spades. Just 64 entries in the seniors today. And Sandra Hardwick, who bakes us cakes, has just chopped it.
Go on, Sandra.
She's only gone and chopped it for 1110. They had a 5-way chop in the seniors.
Love that.
4 of them got 1110 and the winner got 1730. Let's chop it up, they said.
What time do you expect this to finish, lads? It's going to be a late one, Mark. But
Tomorrow.
it's looking like 1 and 2 now. Like this is how crazy it is. We come into the final with a 3 big blind stack, a 7 big blind stack, and an 8 big blind stack. And we're now an hour and 35 minutes into this final table, and we've still not lost one. Like I would have probably offered someone 25s, 33s to 1 for us not to lose a player an hour and a half in when we come in with a 3 big, a 7 big, and an 8 big blind stack is pretty mental when you look at it like that.
Yep.
Obviously, we've had 4 double ups, which doesn't help, or 3 double ups is 3 or 4, one of the two. It's going to be. We've had 2 aim finishes already this week. We've had 2 late ones and potentially going to have a hat trick.
Yeah. By the time we did the table yesterday, it was 4 AM. But it's fixed and working amazingly well. So it was worth it. Plus we got entertained by the cash players last night. Because there was one table that was just on it. And some of them carried on to today. Some of them.
I wonder who that was.
I don't know, mate. The next cake from Sandra will contain saffron and truffle. Well done, Sandra. Said yesterday in the chat she was coming to play it, and she's chopped it. So the seniors started at 1 o'clock and has now finished. They've chopped it. They're off home. Who's the better player, Antoine or Stato? By heck, that's a hard choice.
Yeah, Messi or Ronaldo.
Yeah.
I spoke about this about 45 minutes ago, Baraka. You can never tell, like, unless you're literally putting each other up against each other on like some sort of playing against a robot, like unless you sit side by side, play 10,000 hands on DTO and see whose percentage is highest of making correct decisions. In live poker, you can never tell who's better. It's impossible.
Oh, you take it.
I know players that are fantastic players and over a 5-year period playing tournaments only live, they're down live, like getting the lot online, but they're down live. And I know players that play recreationally and, in my opinion, aren't winning long term that are getting the lot over the last 5 years. So this is the thing about live variance. People don't realise how much of a beast it is, and because of that, it's impossible really to tell just from watching a live stream who is better than who.
20 minutes to go until the end of the first session of the final table. Where's the second session? Second session.
It's a mad old game, Baraka. And not just in tournaments, like even like in the cash game stream, like not that length of time, but I've seen people that aren't doing many correct things win over a year period. It's possible. You can run good, you can run on the upper end because you're not really playing too many hands. Like you play a session, you're probably playing 200 live hands a day, so even if you're like maxing out, you're still going to struggle to play 10,000 hands a year, and that is a tiny sample size in reality. Not going to be able to play millions of hands a year like you can online if you're one of these online grinders that can play 8 to 12 tables at once. Yep, Ashley, still 9. The 9 won't go.
That is true. Nobody wants to go home tonight.
Well, we got Ray here, King, Queen off in the small blind. Ray now sitting with just 11. Stato's got about the same. Dale's going to be in the big blind. He's in the big blind now. I actually think that's a good fold from Ray. Just because Dale's in the big now. And like there's that collision effect where Dale bars, we ladder as Ray. We're then outright short stack. Our risk is slightly less. I'm a fan of that fold with King, Queen off there.
Hey, James Turner watching on Facebook. What casino has this been played at? We're in Coventry. The UK Open, there it is on the back of the screen. UK Open, Coventry, the CBS Arena, where the football ground is, and we're actually underneath the pitch. Coventry won again at the weekend.
So in 20 minutes' time,
Yep.
we're going to hit the first break of the FT. And we may not lose one.
Correct. Did Jake Bryant play this one? Jake Bryant, I've heard the name.
I think he did.
I think he did.
He's the one that won a high roller in Pompey, right? Busted me in the high roller in Pompey on the stream.
He did indeed.
Got a bone to pick with that Jake Bryant.
Well, I think he did. He might have played the Cup, actually. Let's have a look. The Cup is down to the final table.
Who would you like to see win, Jay? To be fair, I'm really impartial on this one. Like, I'll chat to a few of the people off the table, but that's about it. Raggy, very nice lad. Obviously, Stato, golden. two lads from the Midlands I've had a talk with once in a while as well, but it's a hard one. Like, anyone could really win this for me. Like, there's not someone I'd rather win over someone else, if that makes sense. But here we go again. Another all-in and call, and are we finally going to be losing one? Dale all-in for his final 6, just shy of that, and Twan calling with the ace-10.
Here we go. Queen 5 9. Dale good for a double up so far.
Dale, the man that had 3 big blinds, 300k, he come in with. Can he fade? No, he cannot. So, going to be losing Dale. And that will put us down. Oh my word!
Oh, no, we're not.
Case 8 on the river. I looked top right. I saw there was one out. I saw he had 3%. Dale, where has that snowman come from?
Wow.
Up to 1.6 milli.
Boom, boom, boom.
And those 3 big blinds that he come in with, 300k up to 1.6 milli. It's not over until it's over. You are right. As long as they've gotten out, they've gotten out. I'm a percentage guy though. When I see the other guy's got 97%, I kind of think he's out the door.
The case 8. What is happening? Wow, wow, wow. How to survive.
Ridiculous run out. Winning on the flop, losing on the turn. Pings the case 8 on the river. And once again, another double up.
What's a card?
Dale's form is insane, says Stage 4. It's a form game, as Tower always says.
The fist pump and the punch in the air and all sorts, that's what it means. Staying in this comp, 1 card to come, you've got 1 out, and you hit it. Just surprised that wasn't in Glasgow though.
Duncan says, great analysis. We're going to be losing Dale. I'll tell you what, Duncan. 97%. 33. Imagine on the football, your team are 2-0 up in the 85th minute, and it's 33-1 for the other team, and that win puts you top of the league. You're going to go to your mate, we're going to be top of the league, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're going to go, we're going to be top, and then the other team go and score 2 goals, and suddenly you're not.
Yeah.
It weren't a certainty, but it was very close to 97% by Twan's name. But that 3% job, it can come in.
Hey. So 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. Then a break of 15 minutes. We are still on 9 at 9 p.m.
Like, it must. I reckon you could play this final table 100 times, Tower. Come in with the same stacks, play it 100 times.
Yep.
I don't think you'd not lose a player in 2 hours with the 7,
The
the 8,
stacks
the
that
3.
we
Yeah,
had.
yeah. I think you could play it 100 times again and you not lose a player in the first 2 hours of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think like the odds of this happening when we had 3 micro stacks to start the FT is pretty insane. Ace-3 here for Ison. A lot of pressure on one towel. Just want to see the stacks. I got a jam here as Ison tower. This is a pretty clear one. Ace-3 off here when we cover 2x, and one towel still has a lot of pressure. Now that you've got Ray, you've got Stato, even Dale, only 13 bigs, but one towel still importantly 6 and 9 and still above 3 players. And now he's got to realise tower. Flops top pair. Ison's hand, I'm pretty confident, just plays jam here at 15 effective when we cover 2x. That we got realising of equity now. So top pair versus bottom, and potentially Ison going to do more chips because going to have to call once here, faced with the bet. 225 into 360. The inverse Harwood system. Jay should give us a weekly 5-fold and we should just pick the other teams. But believe it or not, Sam, when I was like 18, I just started betting and having flutter on the football. I always used to, whenever I used to back Spurs, we always lost, and then my older brother and my old man started offering me 20 quid not literally, they literally started giving me money so I wouldn't, they literally started giving me money to stop me from backing Spurs. This is what happened.
I love it.
So they were paying me, because they're die-hard Spurs fans as well, they were paying me to stop putting money on Spurs because I went through a streak of never getting a Spurs win when I had money on them for absolute ages.
Oh my God. That's amazing. So Raggy chip leader 7 million, 58 bigs. Martin Donoghue in second place. We've not lost one person on the final table in the last 2 hours, and we are heading towards the first break in play.
And with nearly 1,000 watching, guys, make sure you give us a follow wherever you may be.
Give us a follow.
Grosvenor Poker
Go
on
on.
Facebook, Grosvenor Poker on Twitter and on Instagram as well. And you can also follow Card Room Direct and Eat Card Room on Twitter. And there is the Facebook page, which just started last month. If you want to go give that a follow and a like as well. Card Room Direct bring you all the coverage of the GUKPTs and the UKPLs this year, as well as the Goliath. Wherever you're watching from, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, hit the like, subscribe, follow, whatever it may be. Thank you for tuning in over the past 6 days. We still got a while to go before this finishes.
It does look a lot like Dean Gaffney in his picture. I love that. Good shout. Jackie Chan said, are we going to Vegas this year? Yes, we are. Jay's going for about 4 to 5 weeks. I'm going for probably 2, just over. I've got Edinburgh till the 22nd of June. I think I'm going to try and fly out about the 24th. And then come back for the Vic, the reopening of the Vic.
Yeah, I'll be playing tournaments out there.
You will.
We will be playing tournaments for sure. No cash when I go Vegas.
Rail.
Yeah, I loved the final table rail last year. Do you know what? It's the best feeling in the world when you got all them people. You just turn around, you see all them people. They're there for you. They're supporting you.
Here we go again. Another all in the call. 9s against Ace King. Ray. Oh, is it the King? Ray Power. Looks like doubling up through Ison. Needs to fade a 9 to double, and then it's another double on the final.
Ray should be doubling up. And he does with the 6 of clubs on the river.
Oh, well said, sir. I think the mini main falls into the territory I'm over there. So I might play the mini main this year. See what happens. I think the mini main is on again while I'm over there. Shame I'm missing out on the Battle of the Ages.
Yeah, that's a good old comp, that.
10 AM, over 50s. 4 PM, under 50s. Day 2, combined 15% of the fields.
Love it.
Swanley with a 9-5. Ray Power doubles up. What's that, 5 doubles or 6?
5 or 6, Tower. Lost count.
How much does it cost? It depends where you want to stay, Darby. It all depends where you want to stay. You can get flights and accommodation. I've always done it where I book the flights and then scoot around different accommodations, because last 2 or 3 years I've managed to be there for like 4 or 5 weeks, which has been really nice. So I've scooted around everywhere. If you want to go downtown, the Four Queens and the Binions are really cheap. There's no resort fee down there. But a lot of people are now staying in the Virgin Hotel because there's no resort fee. If you want to say mid-strip, I would say flights accommodation for 2 weeks would be about £2,000. That's what I reckon. Might get some decent deals for a little bit cheaper. But between £1,500 and £2,000, I would say, for 2 weeks, if you get a nice package. Sometimes you just have to get a package and book it because you know it's not going to get any cheaper.
Grosvenor should sponsor Tower and a J, enter them in the main event, and vlog it. we could still get Tower in the main event. We tried to do that. I totally forgot about that. You've just jigged me memory.
Yeah, but we've got to get back for London. So
that's day 6 of the main, Tower.
Well, I wouldn't play to lose it, would I?
Can't fault that.
I can't, to be fair, yeah, well, that's true. I can't fall for 6 days.
That is.
Yeah, unfortunately, the table audio is obviously not with us at the minute. But and if we just had a few chairs being taken in the background, so that's why we had to. That's why we had to just cut it off. But the guys have gladly said they're not going to do the chairs until we go on to the break, because obviously they're starting to set down now in the room. But in 5 minutes' time, they can do what they want for 15 minutes.
Yeah, Sam, you're all good, mate. Well done.
Well done, Sam.
On your pick.
You've done him again.
No, I done him in the eye roller on the prize pool. I said,
yes, you
I
did.
said over 72k and
yes,
under 72k, so we're even.
Yeah, there you go. If you want to stay in the Vidara, you're going to pay a lot more. If you want to stay in the Fontainebleau, you need another mortgage.
I was in the penthouse of the Vidara last year.
Was you really?
Not staying there, but there was a game there. I went up there for a game one night, a little private game that was up there at the top, and the view is unbelievable. Yeah.
But direct flights from Manchester in June are about £950 without your suitcase. So you're looking at £1,050 for a flight, direct flight from Manchester in June. If you get a good deal and you want to do it, get yourself out there. Heading towards the break, no eliminations at all in the first 2 hours of the final table.
It's actually mental.
None.
Just because of the stack depths we come in with, like.
Yeah. To be fair, last year I took a small suitcase, a 10k case, which you get with a Virgin flight, and I just bought t-shirts out there.
What'd you do on the way back then? Leave them?
Yeah.
What, you just left the t-shirts?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I bought about 10 Vegas t-shirts, wore them, and then just left them.
Okay.
You can get like if you're a smart cookie, you can get 4 t-shirts for $10. They're just brightly coloured Las Vegas t-shirts. If you don't mind wearing that kind of.
You don't No, you don't wear them.
I'm not one of the guys that want to dress up like Will McMurray. You know what I mean?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? It's a nice t-shirt. You saw did you see the interview with Jamie Walden that I did last year when he won the bracelet?
I don't think so.
Did you not see the t-shirt that I had on? When Jack Effel come up to me.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, "Been golfing, Phil!"
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 for a tenner. So they're great things.
Going to have a couple more hands, guys, probably 2. And then we will be on a quick break.
Pivas says, when you wear the Vegas t-shirts, the women in the streets tend to stop you a lot more often. Do they really, Pivas? I didn't get that last year. But you could do it, yeah. There are plenty of ways to get around it. So heading towards the break. There's 2 minutes left of this session and then a 15-minute break.
How easy is it to get the tax thing so you keep all your winnings over X amount and nothing held back?
A lot easier now than it was straight after COVID.
Yeah.
But pre-COVID was even quicker.
Yeah.
It takes you about 3 weeks now.
3 weeks now?
It can do. It might, if you're on the system somewhere, it can take days. If you're brand new, it can take up to a month. But after COVID, it was taking up to 9 months. But they've done it a lot better now. So most of the time, it's within the month. So last hand of the session. Last hand of the session, and then they're on a 15-minute break, and then the guys can come through. And Apocalypse says, "Of course I come in just before the break." Ray Power, in relation to Paddy? No, he's from London, or the London area, lives now in Birmingham, does Ray, and we are now going on a 15-minute break after this hand, see what happens after this hand. It is 12 minutes past 9 in the evening, we are still on 9 players. Ace King for Twan, he says all of it. And that'll be it. We will see you back here in 15 minutes as we come back. 9 players on the final table of the Open. Catch you in 15. The experience with Jack, and obviously the railing him on the FG.
Amazing.
That will be. You had a couple of final tables as well.
Yeah, not quite WSOP final tables, but a few final tables here and there, and
we could do with you and Nicholas on that. I'll be there.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
We'd all be there in Vegas. That is for sure. But no, your first time in Vegas, that's just unbelievable. Just knowing that your first trip.
I know, and I spent quite a lot of time out in Vegas now, mainly playing cash, but I'm going in 2 days' time actually for the summer for 7 weeks. So we can play tournaments all summer, which will be fun.
Very nice. You had a change. You had the Ewan McNicholas look, and everybody in the card room knew when Ewan McNicholas walked through the long locks, the flowing locks, the ponytail, the swish of the hair. What made you change, man?
I don't know, really.
Not saying it's a bad thing.
I had the hair kept growing through lockdown, and then kind of just kept it throughout. But it's a lot of effort having hair that long. You kind of gotta make sure
it's a uni look,
brush
and
it.
you obviously getting out of the uni look.
Yeah, but no, all gone now. It's been gone for a while, but no real reason, just kind of lots of small reasons.
Yeah. So we burst on the scene in 2021. 2022, what was that like?
Oof.
You had a couple of tables, couple of final tables of a bracelet event, but nothing as big as obviously the main event.
Yeah.
What was the experience like?
So I didn't have a final table at a bracelet event.
No, all right, okay.
Final table with a load of GKPT stuff,
yeah,
which was good. But I took it a little bit easier in 2022.
Yeah.
After chasing the National League for the whole of the year before, it was.
But you do play a lot online, don't you?
Yeah.
It's not like we know you from live.
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
But you do play a lot.
Yeah,
online.
no, I kind of play everything. Bit of online cash, online tournaments, live cash, live tournaments. I kind of just love it all. I like to mix it up. I get kind of stale if you do the same thing over and over. But yeah, 2021 was a fun year. Just travelled around the GKPT circuit a bit, did summer in Vegas.
But in 2022 we did final table at GKPT.
Yeah.
Blackpool.
Yes.
Was that the one that got away?
Yeah, that was.
If anybody runs bad at the wrong time, was that the one?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I kind of felt like a slight lost opportunity. I remember I made a hero call and lost to a bluff for a big pot, and then stone next hand, lost a flip, and I was out.
Yeah.
And it's the amazing classic race 400 at the GUKPT Blackpool final. Unbelievable.
You needs help. Can find a queen now as well. Picked up 2 at this. Six of spades, no help on the turn. So Ewan down to ace, king or queen.
An ace, a king or a queen, and it's not, it's paint, but it's a jack. Which means we lose Ewan McNicholas, eliminated in 4 for £37,840. The race of all races, as it happens. Well done, Ewan. He'll be a little bit upset that he's not closed it out. You know, he had the chip lead for a while, and just one of them. You win that race, and it's obviously the other way around.
Yeah, the ace jack.
But Maxime, who chopped the mini 300, is now 300 for the main.
So I kind of went from thinking I was going to win it 4-handed to out in 2 hands, but it's what it is. You can't win every tournament.
No, that is true, and obviously we've had the win, we've had the big win. But I thought when we were watching, we just thought that that was just a getaway. We thought you and Nicholas, this was your time. That's what we thought.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Last year, obviously last year, we get to Vegas. 16 times you cashed.
Oh yeah, it was
16. Is that a good thing to cash on a regular basis?
It's better to cash than not to cash. But
does it feel bad that they're not all bigger cashes?
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of cashes, but I pretty much only had min cashes throughout the series. I think I had like an 11th in an online bracelet, and then a 20th or something in a turbo event, turbo bracelet. But just lots of min cashes. So I just played a lot. I had a bad summer.
A bad summer and 16 cashes.
Yeah, well,
good job we had 16 cashes if it were a bad summer.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Your final table, when we get over here, your final table, 3 high rollers.
Yeah.
And the high rollers we watched a lot of, they always seem to be tough fields.
Yeah.
But you do regularly well in the high rollers. What is it about the high rollers?
If you play a lot of them, eventually your final tables have. Yeah, I mean, all these things, that the GKPT high rollers, it's kind of, a lot of it's kind of the same group of people that play a lot of them, and just everyone's really tough. There's obviously a lot of pros that play them, but even the guys that aren't playing professionally, they're really good. Yeah. There's not that much difference between them. They play really good, play really solid. Yeah. And they're good structures. They get quite quick as well, so you just got to win some all-ins. They're a lot of fun. I really enjoy them.
Obviously, the optimum is the day 2 buy-ins, and we see a lot of late legs. Max late reg seems to be a big thing. Is it something you could put out there and say this is actually a good thing to do if you can do it?
Yeah. The max late regs are great fun. You kind of come in, spin it up or don't spin it up. You just got to be prepared to lose an all in and you're home. Not much playing it sometimes.
No, absolutely not.
No, it can be a great opportunity.
If we are not playing live and you're playing online, do you have a structure to what you're going to be playing? Do you look at the games online? Do you think this is my kind of game?
Yeah.
What do you normally stick to?
Plan that out. Well, it depends on we're playing cash or tournaments. I don't normally mix them up, but if I'm playing cash, I'll just play probably 4 tables of whatever's running, and then play tournaments. I just look for the good tournaments, open the lobbies, and then reg them whenever I got space.
Yeah. And is that the same live? Do we have a calendar? Do we look and think, I'm going there?
Yeah.
I'm going there?
Yeah. Kind of a month in advance or so. I look, see what's on for the next month, and then plan it out, book some hotels, or so I live in London now, so coming here to the Vic's great. I can walk here now, which is great.
Favourite comp of the year if it's not Vegas?
So like you said, I love the high rollers here. They're great fun. It kind of doesn't matter which casino it's in, as long as the structures are just good, not too long, not too short, over in 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, nice group of people, and I run pretty good on them.
Nice one. You just said you're going to Vegas in 2 days.
Yeah.
What's the plan? What's the schedule? Have we got one?
A loose one. I've got a spreadsheet with all the tournaments that are on.
Yeah.
I'll play every day probably. I'll probably have 2 days off over the summer, and then
2 days off.
Probably. Playing poker's always a day off, really.
You're there to play. You're not there to sunbathe.
Yeah.
I don't suppose.
Yeah, and some days you finish early.
So Vegas, obviously, the ultimate thing would be a bracelet.
Yep. That would be fun.
If not, would you feel really happy if one of your friends did exactly that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
On the final table rail.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some good rails during the summer, because someone I know will have some deep runs, and there'll be some.
They usually do.
Yeah, there'll be some good morale on the rail.
They usually do, and if we don't see it at the poker table, we'll see it at the bar somewhere. That's usually the case in Vegas. Isn't
it? Cheers, Tao, calling me out.
Ewan's at the bar. He's not at the tables. We said you're 25, you're 26, you're 26 next. What's the longevity in this game? Can be 50, 60 years. We've got Willie Tan, 82 years old, final tabling last week. You know what I mean? Is this a game that you think you could actually stick at and really enjoy for a long, long time?
I mean, I love playing poker, but I don't think 6 months ahead. Asking me to think 50 years ahead is a little premature. But I love playing poker. I can't see myself doing anything else.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed for Vegas this year, and fingers crossed for a long, long run. And if you're there, and then you're on an FT, the Tower pom-poms are going to come out.
I can't wait.
Fingers crossed for then, and all the best for the future.
Thank you very much.
Nicholas. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Star.
Tom, man. So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before I tore cruciate ligaments in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches, which got thrown off the balcony into the pool quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff, so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but I really enjoyed it, and from then on got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mob, but it wasn't me.
Well, don't take it off, you just had to take cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So,
so what was the first one?
The first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015.
Yeah.
And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k. I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's a plenty of 7th place and the £5 rebuy for 20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot firsts when you first get there. Like we win on the first database, and then we go to Vegas for the first time, and we just end up winning. Yeah,
well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time, because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But Vegas. That was a funny one, because I started streaming for Grosvenor then. I wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going. Yeah. So I just tagged along.
Right. You do right.
And it's worked out, because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever, kind of thing, as long as I still love the game?
Yeah, so I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah. You cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
Oh, right, okay.
But didn't get paid.
Yeah.
But it was nice to have played there, because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
when
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs through they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just
it was
just amazing. Let's do it again. First session, eliminations, 0.
Like 100 to 1 shot tower. I'm not even joking. It's probably like 100 to 1 shot to play 2 hours and come in the final with a 7 and 8 and a 3 big blind stack and not lose one. Pretty crazy stuff. Surely we're gonna start losing a few this session. We have to.
We do. 9:30 in the evening of the Open, and there are 9 players left.
28 million in play, so probably likely to finish 500k, 400k level is probably where we're looking to get to for big blinds in play. So 160, 200, 250, 300, and then that's the 400. So I reckon about 5 more levels, but we do go to a 40-minute clock when we hit 6 players. So maybe say 4.5 hours. So going to take us to about 2 a.m. I think this evening.
Grant Cotton says, can you apply for the item before you win for or under $5,000? You can now.
You can, but you're just going to make things complicated for yourself.
No.
The best thing to do, Grant, is just cash, and then they'll do it for you there.
You can't apply for an item until you go over the threshold, but the threshold is now $1,200 on a slot machine. So any table game, you want to cash out for more than $1,200, and you don't have an item. Obviously all in one go. So if you win the jackpot of $1,500, you then need an item number to collect all your money. So it's $1,200 on a slot machine, and it's $5,000 in poker tournaments. But you can't apply for it until you've actually hit it. Martin for the win from the Birmingham boys. Shimon. Chappelle. Martin Donahue in 6. Dale has had a little bit of luck.
I think he's had
It in
three
the
all,
eight-
three all-ins, Tower, and
Yes,
3
I-
double-ups.
Yep, I think he has. I think you are right. So we're on 9.
Yeah, Martin with 7 tier gun versus button. Anton needs to be very strong here. Like, he's never shoving 6s through deuces, Tower. 7s for Martin seems like a pretty easy fold. Just because, like, Antoine is ICM aware, so he's just going to fold 6s through deuces here. So as Martin, we're basically hoping to see a flip situation. And then Antoine's going to have 9s, 10s, jacks, all these hands that crush us. But Martin does not care. Who cares about ICM? Not Martin. Like, Antoine is going to be shocked to see the call here with 7s, because Antoine's range can never have 6s through deuces. This is the important thing. Antoine never shoves his hand versus gun open from chip leader. So Martin is calling to flip at best, and lucky for him, he is flipping.
Ace 5 9 flop. The ace hits for Antoine. This is going to be a big double for Antoine Labatt.
Not the man you want to double either, as I always say.
Yep. Here we go. The river for Antoine. There is 1-7 left in the deck. And he fades it. So up to 5 million with the blinds at 160,000.
Not sure about that one from Martin Tao. You just need to think about Antoine's range. We've opened under the gun full ring. Antoine's like easy fold with 6s through deuces. It's not even like a fold where we contemplate our decision. Like, they're just going to be snap mucked. So now there's no hands that we dominate in range of Antoine. Like, he's not shoving an ace-6 suited, he's not shoving an ace-7 suited. So now it basically becomes ace-king, ace-queen, the better pairs, and that's about it, Tower. So I'm surprised Martin has called 7s here for those reasons. One out has never come on the river. That is right, Pivas. I got it wrong earlier, all right? 3% of the time I'll get it wrong.
I had a t-shirt like that once.
Well, no, 3% of the time your treble comes in all of the time.
Oh dear.
Martin may have been thinking the flip side, Tower. I want to go for the win. I want to bust one of the most dangerous players left in. That could have been what was going through his head. But you just got to sometimes assess your opponent's range and how our actual hand fares versus that entire range. And when we can't find any combos that we dominate, and we're just working with combos that either have us draw into 2 outs or we're flipping against, it's not the best spot to be in. And the other thing as well, Tower, obviously future game, having 6.6 million and 8.6 million, like, we're still decent chip leader, but coming back towards the pack as well, I feel like that's something to take into account. So things have changed now for Anton. We can open the freeze here. Like, if this was the hand before, if I imagine that hand just never happened, these probably fold off Anton's stack depth that he had, like 2.2 million, like 14 from cut off. But now that we do cover everyone behind us, we have the license to open here. However, we're going to have a jam from Dale.
We are indeed. He survived with the 8 on the river. Oh, that was a river thing. Antoine was just doubled to 5 mil. The triangle's in for Dale.
Yeah, and the problem Antoine's got, it's just 8.5 big blind jam and like a pair when we have 2 invested. Maybe equity is just too good. For 8, when we have 2 invested, a pair seems too good. So, like, even with ICM, it's not the end of the world if we're down to 3.6 as Antoine. It's really grim. Like, I'd probably fold deuces, but there may be some deuces in here for Dale against our cut-off opening range. Some ace deuce suited, some ace three suited. Threes does seem kind of grim, but when we have 2 invested, 6 more to call, it seems like a pair may just be too good. Cut-off versus small. It's a real grim one. The Frenchman mulling it over.
One with the 3s, he makes the call. Dale at risk again this tournament. The glasses are off, the mates are on the rail.
Well, this has got to be the 7th all-in and call at least of this final table. Are we finally going to have a knockout, or is Dale going to find an ace or a 10?
Well, Dale's at about 4, hasn't he? At least 4 all-ins and survivals today. There's Dale. Does it end now, or do we carry on? 8-8-5. No help for the ace 10. Antoine in front. Still a 60-40.
No spades. So counterfeit outs there. 5s and 6s also working, and aces and 10s needed for Dale.
Oh, and it is. It's a counterfeit 6.
Dale might be the new cat.
Oh, wow.
The man's got 9 lives.
The fist bump to his mates.
He cannot bust this tournament. He come in with 3 big blinds. I think that's the 4th time he's been all in, and once again finds it on the river card.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And we still have 9 players. I believe that's all in and call number 7 of the final table.
And Dale's up to 20 bigs.
Kev says, would 10s be the line to call? 9s would be very close to me, says Kev. 9s would have to call because Antoine can have ace in there. I'm not sure if Antoine would shove 7. 7 seems sort of meh when gun opens chip lead. He may even just fold them. So, yeah, probably 9s plus there as Martin. Just because now that Antoine definitely has ace, that can be in there. But like when we got 7s, he doesn't even think about anything with 6s through deuces but fold when it's gun open from the big stack. And he's still sitting, although he's only got 15 bigs, he's technically sitting 5 of 9, which is a key component as well.
Gulf says, if he played and cashed in the States previously, does all the information stay in the system, and do you need a new paperwork? No, it all stays in the system. But if you haven't cashed for a while, it might take a few hours to find your name, because same happened to Adam Wilkinson last year when he come second in the big one at the Aria. His name was in the system, but it took him till the morning to get his money. But it did get sorted.
Dale, he's like, hold on a minute, I get to open. I've been playing this final table for 2 hours, 10 minutes now, and I've not been able to open one hand. But now folds to him on the button, opens the king jack as he should, but going to be some bad news coming in. Martin with the ladies.
Oh, ace queen for Ison. Ace queen
fold.
And 13.
Yeah, fold.
14. Is it a fold?
Yeah.
3 bet to a milli.
We've still got the short
Yeah,
stack.
and I'm
So
folding ace
this
queen off.
is
I must admit. I think I'm folding ace
like
queen
like
off.
if we jam if it just goes open call, we jam. Open 3 bet, just like Martin's been really
So
snug.
could he not
hasn't
think it's just a standard open on
He
the
could.
button?
He could. I wouldn't fault him. Fault him for like ace jack off. I'd definitely fold. Ace queen does actually seem kind of close because it's button small blind. But Martin's been super solid. I haven't seen a 3 bet bluff once from Martin today.
Yeah.
And sometimes this is player dependent. Like if we've got someone really aggro opening the button and someone really aggro
He's
in the small
announced
one, he
it
has
and the
gone with a jam.
triangle's gone in.
I can't fault him because of the button small blind dynamic tower.
Yeah.
But we've also got a potential that there's a collision between Martin and Dale. But Ison, who started this final table 3rd in chips, could potentially be our first casualty here.
But the way it's gone, he's going to hit the ace on the flop. Queens for Martin Donoghue. Ace queen for Ison. Do we lose one? Or do we get the double that has been the norm of the day today? 229. We need an ace from space. That's no help. So we need an ace or we lose our first player on the final table of the Open. Do we lose one? Yes, we do. The Ten of Spades River. Ison eliminated. First out. The pumps are going round. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, good run from Ison. Played some really nice stuff today as well, Tower. It's just really difficult there.
Yeah.
Like generally, Ace Queen off, final tables, there's a 3-bet in front of us. We just go for the fold a lot of the time, but I guess it was that button small blind dynamic which has made Ison run it there with the Ace Queen. Can you just pull the stacks up for me a second, Tower? Because there's been obviously we had 2 all in and calls. So what did we have there? So we have 1 Tower with 12, Stato with 8. We've got 15 and Ace Queen, no fold equity. It seems really grim for Ison. Yeah. Like I definitely fold Ace Jack. Ace Queen seems real grim. Like we obviously cover 1 Tower, we cover Stato. We've got 15 bigs ourselves. It's a button
if there is from mid position or
if it's like early position open button 3-bet, it becomes such an easy fold. But because it's button small blind, maybe we've just got ourselves into that mindset that Martin can have a lot of bluffs here. So Ace Queen for 15 is going to be fist pump, but. Just with the way the stacks are distributed, everyone's in the cage here, other than the big stacks. Martin, Antoine now, Raggy, who's been quiet, even with a lot of chips. And now Stato's turn. A6 of spades here, working with 8 big blinds from +1. Suited ace. Does he feel like it needs to go? Blinds coming round in 2 hands. Seems awkward again here for Stato. Wouldn't surprise me if he did wait for a better spot. Whole table to get through. Yeah, lets it go.
So we've lost one. Ison for 16,000.
How's Martin just walked 1 Tower?
12 bigs.
Chip leader just walked second bottom and chips for 12. Hey.
Well, like you said, Martin's not been aggressive. He's not 3-bet or he's not done anything out of line.
Been very solid, I agree. King 10 off here for Dow in the hijack. I'd let this go off our stack depth. Yes, we're late position. We got King 10, but like now that we've doubled twice, we are a little bit in the cage. He is going to go for the steal though. Martin could definitely punish on direct left as the chip lead now. I'm going to go for this steal with a King 10 off of 17 bigs. Like suited feels like, yeah, we open. Off suit seems kind of meh, especially into Raggy's big blind as well. Second in chips. We are going to get the defend from a hand that we dominate though, which we love.
No, flop 9-4-3.
So not much going on for us here now, just the 2 overcards to the board. Looks like he's going to see bet the 9-4-3. And snap call from Raggy, Jack high. I guess we have a club in our hand and we have 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. 200. To be fair, it's quarter pot. Can see it from Raggy Jack 10 club here. We've got the 2 clean overcards. We've got backdoor straight draws, backdoor club draws. Backdoor top pair draws. Now he's going to go for some value with his jack, and going to be a pretty quick fold from Dale. Not much Dale can be doing. Do you know what, Jamie Walden? We said it earlier when we went to an out of table pan. They were both on the same table. Could definitely pass for a Leo doppelganger. Got the same headphones, the same shades.
And when Leo had the old trim.
Yeah, similar facial hair. Yeah, it could definitely pass. If I tuned in 7 pints deep, I'd definitely think that was Leo.
You would, because you still have a chance of winning something. One eliminated player on the final.
I can't believe it took that long.
No, me neither. Especially with the stacks coming into the FT as well.
That's what I said, like a 7, an 8 and a 3. And it took 2 hours, 15 minutes to lose one player.
Yep.
Martin suited king with Raggy in the small, and we're the big stack, and the king 5 suited just goes into the muck. Oh.
It's Martin.
It makes me feel strange, that does, Tal. I'm sorry, but it does.
It's Martin.
And a Raggy, rather than jam him for what would be 6 big blinds, goes for the raise with the 6 deuce off, and Stato in with the punishment with the ace deuce. I'm going to be getting that one through. Lovely pick up for Stato there. The fact that we get the extra big blind, Raggy going for 2 bigs out of position, small versus big. I guess if we are going to have a not all in size, it has to probably be around there. It's difficult to go larger because then we effectively price ourselves in versus a jam. So 5 for Antoine, straight into the muck. Dale with the ace 10 here. I think that's a good fold. Right, there's just a lot of pressure now when you're sort of the middle of the pack, and like middle of the pack, they're all around the 15 big blind stack, and like if we can just outlast another 2 of these shallow stacks, we're going to make ourselves £20,000 Tower. This is the thing, like you make yourself 20k just from outlasting these 2 other short stacks if you can.
Yeah, the pair jumps are big because the prize pools are big.
Yeah, it's just important to recognise decisions we are making to make money now. We're not making them to make chips, and Stato just keeps punishing. Raggy with a fold with the Queen Jack, and Stato's just doubled up. He's literally just doubled up 2 hands, getting 2 reshoves through.
Just like that.
There you go.
Up to 14 bigs now.
Goes from 6 to 14. Literally doubles up in 2 hands without having to see a flop. 2 nice reshoves with the ace-X. We know it's going to be a late one, Mike. We've run bad this week in terms of the hours we've done on stream. This is going to be probably the third 15-hour day. It's been a tough one, but we have enjoyed it, and it's going to create a worthy champion.
Absolutely.
And 220k going to be going their way. We're playing for life-changing money. We got 3 6-figure scores available. Obviously, I like to be sharp and on point at this time of the day, and my brain's just absolutely mashed, but still try and take you through proceedings until we crown a champion.
It's one with the ace queen. There, Roy. Tuned in at the right time. Well, we're still on 8 on the FT. We could have been down to like 3.
Yeah, we've had 8 all-ins and calls, and it was the 8 of 8-1 that finally saw the bust out.
Who's our money on? Well, take your pick. Somebody's got Stato at 16s this morning. Wasn't Raggy at 50s?
No, Raggy had chips. He was one of the biggest stacks to start the day.
Who was at 50s? Oh, Matt Davenport.
Hector and Matt, I think, were the 50 to ones.
Yeah, and then Matt doubled up, didn't he? So there was a sweep.
I got it wrong the other day when I was asked to pick my winner, but he comes second. That weren't far off.
That's
If
true.
I'd done him each way, I would have made some money. For this one, I'm going to go
Felix.
Labatt. I'm going to go with Antoine. He's on a bit of form. He won the high roller in Manchester, and I feel like if he gets the chip lead, that's when we're really going to start to see a change of gears. Like Martin didn't open that King 5 suited in cut off when Raggy was in the small blind and he's second in chips and we're first in chips. Like little stuff like that. I feel Martin's got a lot of chips but maybe still playing a little bit too tight. But here we go. 1 out, 11 bigs, ace queen, all in.
Folding all the way around. Oh, no! It's all about timing. And Ray has picked up the boots. And in they go. And the King Queen can get out of the way. Won't be calling 2 mil, we know that. Doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, does our Martin. So they're going in the bin. And then, unfortunately, for 1 out, he's going to see the bad news because the aces of Ray. So here we go. Oh, 1 out looks round, all his mates on the way out, just ran into aces.
How's he going to get out of this one?
The bag's going on, the court's going on, the hat's on extra.
7% equity pre-flop. He's going to need 1 towel to throw it in the middle because it should be game over. 7% is 7% though.
We've had less.
Well, there you go. 7% becomes 8%.
There we go. Here we go. Do we get there on the turn of the river? Turn is a 6. We need a queen. Oh, we're down a 7. And it's a 4s. 1 towel. Busting out in 8th place for £22,440. Well done, sir. Great effort. Great effort. So Martin, Raggy out of the way, round to Stato gets out of the way. Right round to the small blind, big blind. Is it though? This is a raise from Ray.
Just jam Tao up like we
I'm
get.
just jamming with.
What Dow's got like 15, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, jam like Stato short. Stato short. 1 Tao's now gone. But if he's got like 2.4 million, I'd go for jam here out of position as Ray.
Go bigger. Go bigger or just go all in.
But to be fair, the size is fine, Tao, but like if we get jammed on now, we raise call it. Are we inducing here as Ray? Are we raising to call? Because if we raise fold here, it's just an absolute disaster. I know Dale's got a hand that isn't continuing, but like Dale's actually got a lot shallower stack than I thought. He's only got 11. Like King 10 suited, just send it in there. Maybe King Queen suited is one we raise call, but King 10 suited, I feel like just a mandatory jam there for Ray. Went for the different approach, still worked out. I feel like jamming's going to be slightly better.
There are the payouts, Dave, on the screen. 31,340 next out and 220 grand up top. We're on 7. We are on 7. I know Felix still doing well in C number 6.
Felix?
The cat. 9 lives. Martin with a queen deuce, one we can defend.
That was a strange hand. For one, why is Stato opening 5-6 off? For two, why is Martin not defending a suited queen for 2 big blinds as one of the chip leaders? There's been some strange ongoings on this final table. I know we're playing for a ridiculous sum of money and one of the biggest prize pools we've ever seen on stream, but there's been some strange stuff. This seems normal. Pocket ace opens from +1.
Makes it 400.
Raise and take for Twan. Thank you, TM. Stato folded and Twan raised. It was a graphics error. I missed that. Thank you very much. So that means that Stato stack's going to be too much and Twan stack's going to be too little.
Okay, we'll try and rectify that. So they are correct. How are we doing, JG?
We are all good, JG.
All good indeed. Hey, Carl. Yep. Thank you very much for the info. Just been Sunny Luton. Thought you would tune in, Jake Marston.
He chopped Luton. What did you chop, Jakey? The mystery bounty there last week, didn't you?
No. How much does he give him back today?
No, he's I don't know. It's probably like £60. And Jake don't play too big. He just likes the local comps and stuff. But he chopped the mystery bounty for 10k last week in Luton.
Beautiful.
One of the best micro-state comp players in the whole of Essex is Jake. You know how Joe Saunders is on the bottom end?
Yeah.
Jake Marston's on the top end.
Like it.
Like them 60, 70 pounders. One of the best.
Stick to them. Earn a few wages. Get a bit of spending money every month. Very nice indeed. King high flop, king 9-5, both catching a piece.
Not sure about this from like Raggy. Yes, we're going to see that the king high board, but the raise pre, like our hand, nice playability in general, we could potentially just complete it and go post via that avenue. Maybe even some jamming going on at 14 effective pre-tower when we're second in chips, and Stato, after winning a couple of pops, got a bit more pressure on him now. And Stato just going to go for the raise with the king jack. Clickety click. Raggy wants to see a turn.
Raggy. Stato with the check mark as he drills the king of spades on the turn.
It's kind of awkward for Stato because we're like, oh, we're going to jam every turn. But then this turn comes, it's like, oh, maybe our hand's too good now to jam. So he actually doesn't jam. He goes for 550. So looking to get it for over 2 streets. But Raggy straight out there with the 5. Can be drawing dead versus King X, which he was. The 9, 6 of hearts, Antoine going to be out of the way.
Literally. I'll just go for a wander.
He's big blind next hand as well. Bad time to go to the loo. This isn't optimal. Usually optimal spot to go to the loo is +1. Gun is risky business. That's playing with fire. Because you could come back and the cards be dealt and your big blind's in.
Yep. And he ain't cheap. 320k could be losing. Oh, he's only gone for a chat.
Ah.
He's gone for a chat. Stato just makes it up. So we should see a free flop here with the jack 3. Which we do. Off to the flop. 9, 10, queen, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, it seemed like check bet fold. Like ace high, not much merit in betting him. Don't really dislodge worse, but Tuan could potentially fold out some ace high stuff. That goes for check back with his up and down. Does actually turn the best of it in the form of a pair. But now 4-liner both ways.
The river. There's a straight on board. Stato with the ace.
I guess Stato just always bets it. And Tuan may call for a chop. I guess we bet a lot of our range here, Stato, because we have the ace-x advantage completing in the small. Like Tuan, we can complete the strong ace-x, like ace-10 through ace-king, whereas Tuan would probably always raise these in position. So I feel like a lot of our range does just want to bet this river, whether we have the Broadway straight or whether we don't. And Tuan now calling for a chop, so it's 175 to win 330 essentially. That's the way to look at it, because we know we're always chopping if we are correct. It does pay.
There we go. Keith Tuckley says, come on Dale, we're rooting you from Junction 10. They're playing the £110 at Junction 10.
I read that as we are rooting for you at Jack 10 Walsall. My head read that, literally, my head read that as Jack 10 Walsall.
Junction 10 in Walsall. The £110 that's got 68 runners. Very nice indeed. Hello Walsall. Can't believe Ian Ambrose is still in though. Can't believe it. 9 prizes. Good runners.
Who's still in Walsall?
No, Ian Ambrose is still in. I have no idea how. No idea. David Jones is still in as well.
Is he not the pirate?
Tell you, well, oh dear, Walsall's slacking these days. Enjoy Walsall. Glad you're watching. Glad you tuned in.
I'll tell you what I loved this week as well.
What was that?
Shout out of this, whoever's idea this was. In the cash game room, the stream has been running on one of the tellies.
Yes, love it.
Which has been a nice touch. So Raggy going to go for the old 2.5x up. Makes it 400 and just going to be raise and take. Antoine not defending the 9 for of spades.
Evening, Phil Pratt. How you doing? Hope things are well. We are still on 7. The main event. £220,000 to the winner. Excellent. It was on at Berrynew Road all weekend as well. Class, says Sam Horton. Very nice indeed. And I've said it for years. I've said it for absolutely years. It should be on every casino. Anybody who wants it, should be on.
But the thing is, you poker, other than the WSOP, because they don't have like a room, like you go Irish Open, you go to an EPT, they've got like the Players Lounge where the stream is always on. It's always on, no matter what.
Yep.
And I feel like we could perhaps learn something from that. Just put it on the tellies across the estate. You know a few people are going to watch it, especially when you're playing poker as well. You go card dead. You can watch a bit of action coming from the stream.
Absolutely. It's good to be on.
I think it's a great touch.
Well done, Manchester. Well done, Walsall. Any other club that's got it on as well. Good evening. We're here for a while.
Yeah, looking like
2 o'clock, Jobby.
Never. I don't even think we're going to be finishing at 2. Look, we've got to get to 400k. We've got to get to. It's going to probably finish 500k, but like it could finish 400k big blind. That's sort of the key. So 160, 200, 250, 300, about 5 more levels. And that may be shortened when we get 5-handed because the clock goes to 40 minutes. But just letting you know, my train's at 11:45.
11:45?
Yeah.
What, in an hour and 45 minutes?
Got to get the last train back.
Oh, right, okay. What about set down?
I'll come back for that in the morning.
All right, cool.
You'll still be playing.
Mikey said he was going to go on that long. He says, have we got rooms for tomorrow night?
Yeah. Martin's open's fine when we're chip leader, but Raggy's Pill's a bit optimistic. These pocket 5s here, still the whole table behind us. And always speak about these pairs. Final tables. So much better to just muck them. We're going to just be folding on most flops. It's so hard to flop a set. 1 in 8.5 times. It don't happen too often. And triangle in from Antoine. This is going to be a lovely pickup. Going to gain over 1 million chips here, getting this jam through. really hoping Raggy doesn't call off with the 5s, and he does not. King's good for Antoine. Yeah, Pompey have done it for years. I remember the highlights before where the quad 8s versus quad 7s, the room was like, oof. This is a thing. Didn't even know about the Pompey club, and they were showing it in Pompey before this year. Gas, I feel like if you ask and you just say, is it okay to put the stream on? I don't see why any card room manager would say no. It's a Grosvenor live stream. Dun, dun.
So we're on 7. I know I've seen Stato quite a lot, but it's impressed me in the last couple of events how he's been grinding and just sitting there and realising that you just don't have to get them in.
Yep.
It's was it the last one when he was like 4, 5, 6 bigs for a lot of the time, and then gets himself a nice double up, gets himself up the ladder. And he's doing it exactly the same today. Not had the chips to be able to play with, and now obviously with the big blind is going to be 200k in 16 minutes. Not going to have much chance to play with 7 left. We get to 3 and 4, and he'll be opening a lot more.
Yeah, this is a really awkward one for Dale, but he is going to go with jam. The ace-4 suited. We only have 9 bigs. Maybe feels like doesn't have too much fold equity, but is going to take it versus Twan and Queen 10 of diamonds. If we could see the hands, we'd obviously love to call off as Twan, but our chip's too valuable. If we call here and we lose, suddenly we've got 13 bigs and we're right under the cosh ourselves. But it is Twan, so he may spin his man and flick it in, but I would like to see fold. Like, Dale isn't just going to be really light here. I know he's got ace-4 suited, but a suited wheel and ace as the outright short stack seems fine. Does get the Queen 10 suited out there. Nice from Dale. Row, he says, should be in every Grosvenor card room in the country if nothing else is on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll message the head of poker tomorrow. I'll have a chat with him. I'll see if we can make it so whenever we're streaming, and it's sort of this time of night where no football's on, no boxing's on, that it just becomes mandatory to have the live stream on. I'll put the question out because he can just send a message to all the card room managers and say, right, this is what we want to do. These dates you need to put the stream on, and they'll have to do it because he's the boss.
Yes. Starts over the ace jack.
Dale's getting some real nasty ones.
This is pretty close, isn't it, for 14?
Yeah, like definitely fold like 6s through deuces.
Yeah, in they go.
7s I'd probably even let go of. Like 8s is like 9s have to go. 8s is like that sort of.
Now then, Stato, back to you. Ace jack off.
Never calls. I don't think Stato ever calls here, even for 13. Like, it's just so congested in the middle here. Like, if Stato calls and loses, suddenly he's now short stack with 9. If we call and we win, puts us to 3rd in chips. It's just the fact of the matter. Like, if we outlast 2 more opponents, we make 20k tower. And Dale, just like that, 2 jams through, gains $1 million himself, up to just shy of 3 milli. But look, there we go. It's like all of them now. Martin's been brought back towards it. 15 bigs separating top to bottom. Dale Wilson doubles up his chip leader. The man that had 3 bigs doubles up. He becomes chip leader.
Yep. Amazing. 7 players left in the Open. £220,000 to the winner, whenever that may be, at whatever time. But you will see it live.
Ricky Kebab says it's hard enough to get them to change the TV channel. This will blow their mind. All right, maybe I'll just get Jim to send the messages to card room managers under the age of 40. Maybe I'll just we'll stick to the young gun card room managers that know how to work the Wi-Fi and a smart TV.
And the TVs in the May break can't connect to the Wi-Fi, so we can't get the stream on. That's loads of times.
We can't be folding that.
Martin.
We cover both. Yes, Stato had aces in the big blind. How does Martin fold that? We cover both, and we got
any other player on that button on with 8-9 suited there
opens,
and Stato gets a few chips.
With chip leader, we get to ask the questions.
Yep.
8-9 suited into the mark on the button.
Martin Donahue not finding any spots whatsoever. How's he got his chips? That's what we want to know.
4K Ben, funny story. He says at Hill Street they don't even know how to change the channel on the TV. So I went up to Hill Street for I think it was Spurs Man U earlier in the season to watch it there.
Oh, right,
went to watch it there. I can't remember why I went to watch it there, but I went to watch it there. They had I think it was abseiling they had on.
Abseiling?
Is that the one when you go down the cliffs and you got like a rope and like you're going down and like you're dropping down?
Yeah.
I asked them if they could put the football on. Not a single person in the whole of the casino knew how to do it. And it was like I caused absolute carnage. They were running up and down, people were asking how to change the channel, all of this. And then eventually, about 20 minutes into the Spurs game, they finally got the Spurs game on for me. Missed the first 20 minutes, but...
You know if you've got a TV and you don't know how to change it and you're quiet, practice.
I know,
Just get up on it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if I can help any customers that want the match on eventually. I know what to do.
You had a great idea last year. There should be one person for each club that has an iPad that just walks around and their job is to sort all the TVs. That goes on there, that goes on there.
Anybody under 21?
Yeah, anyone under 21.
Knows exactly what to do with remote control. That's all you need to do. And what's your job in this casino? Mine is the TV changer overer. Well, that's all you need. That's what you want. I flick channels for a living. And why would you not?
Oh, then Cosmin, evening, mate. Turk wants the payouts. They're at the bottom of your screen.
Turk wants the payouts. Is he trying to do a deal? The stream was on in Blackpool this evening. Nice one, Daz.
Tell me you don't know Raggy without telling me you don't know Raggy. Ricky Kebab says 7-6 off, a bit of a strange call here. Raggy, when he feels it, when he fancies seeing 3, he'll see 3. 6-7 off in on the button here. We know it's not going to be good if we're trying to make money in the long run, but Raggy has his own way of playing. If he feels like he wants to see a flop, he'll see a flop. It's got him this far.
But it's good to see quite a few of the guys over in whatever club it is. Blackpool's had it on, Walsall's had it on. Great to see that you guys are going to play poker and get the chance to watch the live stream. So well done, clubs. We love to see it. There's some good, decent comps on this week in local clubs. £100 on a Sunday in Walsall for one day. Like that. Estimated time we're going to finish, we reckon about 2 o'clock.
It will be the 500k level, I reckon, Mr. Tobias. Obviously, we go to a 40-minute clock when we get 5-handed, so difficult to give you the exact time we'll get to that level. But it will be the 500k level. We got to play, finish 160, then we got 200 big blind, then 250 big blind, then 300 big blind, then 400 big blind, and then the 500k level. I know that's 6 hours away, but we will go to a 40-minute clock when we get to 5 players. Sorry, 5 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
Ace 10 for Tuan, blind on blind. I've seen a lot of this on this FT tower. A lot of this 2 bigs, blind on blind, small versus big, out of position. And I always say when we make it this size, it doesn't really achieve too much. Like anything suited, anything with any sort of playability for Antoine now just gets to go post with position here. Now, Antoine may be thinking about taking a different route with the King 6 off tower. High card, kind of a low card. Maybe thinks this is a load of nonsense once Tom goes 2 BBs out of position. There it comes, does find the aggressive route. Rebetting to 850. And now ace 10 off. Strong hand blind on blind, but everyone in the cage, as I've mentioned. Tuan is Tuan. And we don't care if Antoine's woke up with it. We're running it here with ace 10. Blind on blind, too good for 15. Tuan believes. Just sends the lot in and gets it through. So it's for about 17. There's no more prizes, Gus. I don't know why you're trying. We've given away 800 quid this week. That comes out of Tower's wages as well.
30.
Yeah, and 30 quid.
You
yeah.
added one on, just for the sake of it. What was that for, by the way?
Red or black.
Oh.
Red or black, the one that... Because they both guessed red and they both thought they won.
Right.
TM says, I don't play Martin for cracking slightly. So much pressure in a huge spot. That is easy to go into shell. Of course, you see that money. In-game, it's a completely different thing.
Yep.
We're sat here in the booth, no pressure, just laid back, having a cup of tea, enjoying ourselves.
Ooh, tea.
When you're sat there and you're in-game, of course, you potentially can cage up. You see the money and it can do funny things.
Matt Davenport is out, yes. Matt Davenport finishing 11th. Louis Ward, 11th. Matt Davenport for £10,000. Oh, lost 2 on the final table. Ison finishing in 9th and 1 Tao Tang finishing in 8th. 31 grand locked up now.
Still think the cup's going to finish before this tower? Sorry, after this? 6 left in the cup.
No.
Mind August, who has a great record here. Dean Hutchinson, Jamie Morris, Andy Hawksby, good friend of mine Joe Fields, and Adam Wilkinson. What a final 6 that is in the cup. Sick lineup. So down to 6 in the cup. That opens, raise and take.
The old Brammer and Steve Barnes final tabling. And Akshat Bansal. Well done, you lot. In the money, Frankie Green. Well done, Frankie. Stephen Blow, who said he was coming to play. Wendy Watson final made the money. Tony Filoni, Gary Spinks. Well done, Spinks. He's now on the rail for old Raggy and Stato. But old Brammer for £5,000 is 7th. What a spin from Stato. Yeah, he's been very patient today with Stato. And now he's got the jacks. Now he has jacks. So 33 big chip leader, 16 big short stack doubles up chip leader. £116 buying and the mean cash was 960 quid. That's not right. No way is any comp £116 buying and the mean cash is 960. Not a chance. That's a ridiculous min cash. Gary McGaffney, whatever you've been playing. Where's he been playing? Bratislava. How do you pay £116 into a comp and you get paid out in euros? How does that work? Last hand of this level. 160k blinds going up to 200,000. I can't believe you're buying for 130 euros and the min cash is 960. That just seems so wrong.
It has to be a rebuy, right? Rebuy, Gary? Was it a rebuy? Not a re-entry, a rebuy. The ones when you're busting, you can go chips and they'll come over to your table. You give them the cash, they give you the chips. Yeah, there you go. That's why.
What's that?
That's cash seems fine. Perfectly fine.
Does it?
Yep. Because in a rebuy tournament, so say for example the field on average have 3 rebuys each, you're technically playing a 420, so it's double the min cash, which is a 960.
Oh, okay. Seems very steep to me.
No, seems about right for a rebuy. Different if it's obviously a re-entry.
Yeah.
But rebuy the ones when you start at the same table and you just get more chips out of it.
Chips!
Yep,
Chips!
exactly that.
Don't need that very often nowadays.
Yeah, you don't. Used to be some huge rebuy tournaments back in the day. Like £10 rebuys used to get massive prize pools in Luton, I remember.
Oh, I can imagine back in the day. So blinds up, 200k. Level 33 of the tournament. 7 players left.
I think we might need a day 4 for this one next year, Tower. Assuming it grows.
Good shout. Especially if it does, yeah, exactly. If it grows.
Yeah. Like, this isn't the time, as the players at the table, you want to sort of be lagging. Need to be so tuned in. One misstep could cost you hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Oh, Max Lindemann says, I was the Mincash 960, I came 200th for 560. Gary McGaffney. Oh my word.
We've caught him out.
Our intrepid reporter is telling porkies.
Rabbit in headlights. Gary has been snuffed out by Max Lindemann on YouTube, who played the same event and cashed for 560. That is great.
Oh, I love it. Maybe the Mincash at the final was 960. I don't know. So 7 players left in the Open. Another hugely successful UK Open. Million guarantee. Smashed it. 1,220,000 in the prize pool. Well done everybody concerned. It has been a super event.
I'd be going for value here, Estato. We just assume that Raggy bets his 10x after betting turn. Prizes are at the bottom of your screen. First place, just shy of £220,000. You say offer Martin in the cut-off. Makes it 425. And I doubt Twan is going to defend this one, or at least we shouldn't with ICM present, but it is Twan. Keeps you guessing. Ace 9 for Antoine, just going to set Antoine in. Antoine with 11, gets that one through. Sixes for Raggy in the hijack. Wants to open them. These 3 suited for Stato here. It's been fairly shallow, this FT, because we just haven't lost enough players in the amount of time we've been going. Hasn't really been much room for any free bet bluffing. At 20 here, Stato could potentially make this like 4 bigs. Decides against. And well timed. Because Tuan, with the ladies, now back to Raggy. I'd like to see fold. We'll see how Raggy proceeds if he wants to go on the hunt for a 6 here. Ryan Johnson says, Stato's patience and ability to sit and wait is just first class. He ladders so well. When card dead, he takes this down for me. So now Gary is getting Max back for exaggerating. Gary goes, Max, you came 229th, not 200th.
Oh, no way. Always a fight going on. but how much did he get for 229?
You missed it when you went and got the tees. McGaffney goes, oh, 980 must have been the next one out then. He thinks it's laddered in a £116 comp. The first jump's gone from 560 to 980. Is this man living on the moon?
Oh dear.
Mr. McGaffney.
Oh dear. Dear, dear. Oh, so the min cash was 350.
It's getting lower.
There we go. We'll wait for final confirmations when somebody knows that they are in Bratislava and not just pretending. Oh dear.
Oh no, what have we done? Jay and Tower, are you going to apologise?
What we done? Yes. Apologies accepted. What we done? TM says next we'll find the pay the bubble €100.
Nine of diamonds on the turn. Ray went for the stab with the jack-8. Not really a nice candidate to continue barreling. Like, we at least want a gut shot, an overcard to the king.
Live stream error? Well, we ain't got an error, have we? Oh, we're doing. We make plenty of errors. We don't worry about that, my old pal. Ace Jack for Dale. All in for 2.2 and 11 bigs. Pretty standard and wins.
How you doing, Kev Law? Joined us on YouTube.
Twitch chat has been refreshing and dropping all night, driving you nuts.
To be fair, we've not had many Twitch chatters in the booth.
Yes, that may be a problem with Twitch.
Cheers, baby. Glad you're enjoying the stream. And this isn't finishing until after 2 a.m, Gary. 500k level, whenever that may be, it's going to be either 400 or 500k level.
Unless they chop it and decide that that's enough, or we get a spurt of us. We never know these days, but that's the estimate.
Have they not got to play for 10%?
It depends. If they finish it there and then that will be it. I think that's the thing. But it's been a great festival. Well done, one and all, from top to bottom. Even Delma's still walking around with a smile on her face.
If we can somehow lose 2 though, Gary, before we hit the next break in 45 minutes, then things change a little bit, because we come back at 250, we'd play 250, we'd then play 300, we'd then play 400, and it could potentially finish in the 400 level. If not, it should definitely finish in the 500. So if we can lose 2, come back on that 40-minute clock, and then potentially would be done at about 1:30, 1:45.
Jamie Classic, good evening, Jamie. I've been watching on Twitch all day and your TV has not dropped once. Love it. Nice one, Jamie. Hope you're well.
And Ricky Kebab says same, so Twitch is fine over there.
Is Adam Wilkinson still playing the 500?
He was still in with 6 left.
Was it?
Hold on a minute. How is the Devil Prawn so familiar with who Joe Saunders is? Because he knows he shops at Boohoo, and only Joe Saunders' close friends know that.
Is that an expensive shop?
But he also knows Adam Wilkinson. I'm wondering who the Devil Prawn is on.
There
on
is
YouTube.
there are still 6 left in the cup. Still 6. Every day's a good day. Hi Nixon.
How you doing, Nixon?
And Robbie Bull says, go on the stato. Nice to see you this week, Robbie. Hope all is good with yourself and see you again soon. Probably in Dublin, I reckon. Maybe in Glasgow. Maybe in Glasgow for the 888. That would be a cracker.
Mine in the cut-off with the ace-4 suited. Stato 21 with the ace-jack here, but doubt we're going to take aggressive approach. We've got a lot of short stacks now. Blinds at 200k. So there is the call. Antoine shouldn't be defending this one freeway. I know we're suited, but we're at a final table.
Yeah, Robbie Bull says, yeah, we'll definitely do Glasgow and the Irish Open. Excellent stuff. See you at both them stops.
I'm not playing with Robbie at the Irish Open.
Why?
He mullered me. Oh, no, it weren't last
year, year before.
Year before, no, it was Beresford got me last year, the same way Robbie got me. But he got me with 6s on the river. Robbie got me with 10s on the river.
Oh.
Pinged a 10, broke my dreams. Back last session of day 2. We're thinking about bagging for day 3. I get aces. Next thing you know, see you later.
What was the year when you came running through the City West that you'd spun up and you got the quads and you'll never guess what's just happened?
Bag chip lead, didn't I, for day 2?
Yeah.
That was bad. I played like a 350 big blind pot last level. Well, actually, not just last level. Last 4 hands had been called for the end of the day. Open pocket 7s. I get 3-bet. I call 7s. It comes Queen, 7, X. End up check raising flop. Old boy just jams a lot. Cool. He's got pocket queens, obviously. For top set. No waiting around for me. Drill the 7 on the turn. Bag up chip lead. And that was the story. We made day 3 that year. I think we got like 40 or something like that. That was the year actually Gary Spinks went. He was on my table day 3 was Spinksy. I remember. Gary Spinks ran deep that year. The year Steve O'Dwyer won. So Martin. What is Martin up to here with the ace-4 suited? Is this a raising position to check back river? I guess.
Six of spades river. So 29 big stack, and that's Stato. How is that possible? How?
It's been a cagey affair. When you expect when you're playing for this amount of money to be fair. 220k up top, so I can understand.
Big men coming through. Well done, boys. Martin says the Glasgow 888 tournament will be brilliant. Celtic versus Rangers playing on Sunday the 16th. Yeah, PK's going up for it.
And here we potentially go. Antoine with the jacks. There's the free bet. Now a grim spot for Martin with 9s here against this particular customer. This is the 1.6. Wow, there we go. Jam from Martin. Twan's not free bet folding jacks. We are going to have a big pot here, Tower.
We are indeed.
We can't free bet over a third of our stack with jacks to fold. Like, we got a call. We put a third of our stack in. He's asking for a count. But if we're not going to free bet call, then we might as well just flat in the first place.
We're not folding jacks for 16.
We're not. Of course we're not. There's no way in a million years Twan folds this. Not the Twan I know anyway. Not the Twan I've grown to love and watch over the last 12 months. And hijack versus small.
Wow. Does he have any time max left? I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't.
Is he getting timed out again?
No way. No way, Twan.
Wow, your hand is dead, son. Wow, what is happening here?
This is mental. How do we free bet over a third of the effective stacks? LP versus small blind with jacks to fold to the jam? What on earth?
Wow, that is a misstep.
And you know what? All it can be, Tower.
Is it where Martin plays?
No, it's got to be the money. It's got to be the money. We've seen him on final tables with 40, 50k up top, and would probably never fold jacks. But now we're playing for 220k. It's a bit more extortionate than what we're used to in GUKPTs. Maybe it's the amount that we're playing for here and now.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
We just free bet fold jacks off of 24. It's just LP versus small. I don't understand. I really don't understand. And all it can be, yes, Martin's played solid. We know that, and maybe he thinks he's flipping at best. But Martin should have 10s there. Like, can potentially have some 10s. A lot of stuff we flip against. But the thing is, like, if we're going to free bet fold jacks, then we might as well just flat them in the first place out. Like LP versus small, he shoves 10s, of course he does. He shoves 10s, he shoves 9s, as we can see. I wasn't actually sure if he'd shoved 9s there, Martin, but as we can see, 9s is in there. But 10s are definitely in there. Obviously, ace king, queens, kings, aces. But Martin will not believe his luck when he watches that one back.
Here's Jack and Martin getting out of the way. Raggy with the 8s. For 19. This could go in. No, just decides to call. Just decides to call with the 8s. And that's one's got 7s for 16. I can't imagine what he's going to do now. Oh, the triangle's gone in. Whoa! The triangle is in. If Raggy can find a call, Twan Lee is going to be, wow, he's going to be really, really short. Looking at that. Wowzers. If Raggy can find a call.
Yeah, I'd fold it at heart.
Think I would for effective 19.
Maybe feels like maybe after Twan just had that hand. There's some emotion in there. But it's just so much pressure on everyone. Every single one of these players between 10 and 20 bigs. It's ridiculous right now. We got 7 left and just outlasting 2 more players, now making us £30,000.
No, he hasn't. He threw the time bank in. Thought it was the triangle. I thought it was the triangle. Oh, Raggy, can you find a call? Yes, he can. He can find it, and he's going to see the good news. 8s. The crowd go wild. Oh, Gordon there, peering over in Spinks' spot. He's nicked that spot, you know.
I know.
Not of him.
No, I spoke to Spinksy. Spinksy gave it to him for a 1er.
Ah, okay. That's all he. So, 7s against 8s for all the chips. It looks like there's 200k difference. Raggy is actually all in. No 7, and we're going to be on absolute fumes. And we are. It's another jack. So Twan's leaving, but I think he's got a blind. It says on the screen he has got a blind. He could still be in. We're just going to check the stacks to make sure they're absolutely spot on. But Raggy is up to 7.
Yeah, just going to jump back to the chat box about the previous hand before, because obviously lots of talking points, lots of opinion. Rosser says, what's his 4-bet jam range? I was surprised to see 9s, but I feel like 10s are going to be in there. I just feel like when he opens late position, 24 effective against this opponent, 10's probably going to 4-bet rip. I can understand that 9s probably shouldn't 4-bet jam there, but as Twan, what I'm trying to say is, although yes, maybe once the 4-bet jam comes in, it's aces, kings and queens, but we need to make this decision before we put the 3-bet in the first place, because if we're going to 3-bet fold jacks for over a third of the effective stack, we might as well just flat them in the first place, right? And that's what I'm trying to get at. If we're going to go for the 3-bet fold, why are we not just flatting? Because you need to make this decision before you put the chips in the pot in the first place. I always say that. Think of it like a chess game, moves ahead. You need to be thinking moves ahead. So before you even put that original 3-bet in, say to yourself, if Martin 4-bet jams, are we calling, are we folding? If we get the answer that we're folding, then we don't 3-bet at all and we just probably call. So I think that's sort of the component of the hand there. Yes, maybe once we 3-bet, Martin's range only has a select 6 combos, pocket 10s that we crush and then flip and are crushed by the rest. But we need to make that original decision in the first place, because I can't see how it can ever be good to 3-bet fold jacks for a third of the effective stack, which was 24 big blinds.
Wow, calls with the Jackson Holes. He would have absolute chunks and probably wouldn't have played the 7s the same way. That's the difference.
But it's crazy, the amount of people you see, Tower, in poker that play a lot, that are experienced players, that don't know what they're doing after they 3-bet and they're met by like a 4-bet. It's completely different, and you need to tank when it's a cold 4-bet or it's a cold raise because you were thinking about the original opener, and then maybe you need a few seconds. But when you're 3-betting the original opener, you should ask yourself the question, if the original opener now 4-bets us, what's our play? What are we doing? How are we reacting to their 4-bet? Ask yourself this question before you originally make that 3-bet. You're going to save yourself from getting in tangles like Twan was there.
So original open from Martin with Ace Jack to 400. Antoine 3-bets, not all in with the Jacks. So we're still on 7.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Chase Twitch, making the point that, like, Twan is free betting jacks for value there, but now Martin has been pretty tight that maybe we can exploit fold jacks once he now 4-bets. I see what you're getting at, kind of makes sense.
And here we go with Twan, 7s, 2-1s running against Raggy. The chips are in, and everyone else. Oh no, Ray has called with a King 9 suited. Interesting. There's the call. Wow, so we're going 3 way to the turn and the river for Twan Lee. He needs a 7 again against Raggy again. Here we go. Ten of hearts. The river. Is it a 7?
Is it?
Well, we lost one. It's a 2. We have just lost it out in 7th place.
Yeah, unfortunate. That Jack's hand, he didn't have any time banks either, but it's a few hands there that Twan may look back on.
Somebody just said the stream's gone. Oh, it's back again, Refresh, it's back. It looked like it had one of them moments of 3 seconds. Wow, glad it's back. Flipping heck, it's exciting stuff, this. Is it back on Twitch? Stream's dipping again. Come on, stream. Don't do it to me now. Do not do it to me now. We lost internet in the club earlier. Like, in the club. That was weird. It looks like we're back and everything is good.
I see Chase still trying to get some opinions. I just think Jacks are too good once we 3-bet Chase. Like, we've put in over a third of the effective stack. I know, like, in ICM, there are some sims that you run and you see, like, you 4-bet, like, to 35-40% of your stack and you can actually fold in some scenarios. But I feel Jacks, when we've put in over a third of the effective stack, is just one that's, like, whatever. You got it, you got it.
Great job, Simon.
Keith Tuckley's just told the missus, I've told her to get off the internet because the Wi-Fi's going slow. It was a stream, Keith. It's all right. We're back now.
It was a stream. Coventry has had a few problems actually with the internet. The whole lot went down earlier. Nobody could buy in or cash out. That'd have been a problem. Raggy with the A6. Oh no. No way has it crashed.
Back again. I'll tell you what, I'll go get the main man, just tell him we're having some droppages, and he'll have a little look.
Yeah. It does seem to be. I don't know whether it's the internet here, because I know Coventry had an outage in the actual casino itself, because nobody could cash out, or the signal had gone, or whatever it was, or nobody could do anything in the club. But I think the internet here is having a few problems. Still going on YouTube, says Mark Roberts. Nice one, Mark.
The Devil says, Jay, Brooks